starting, myself included. So I think we're starting an hour before. I think it's starting at midnight, but I'm only going off what time it should be starting. I'm only going off what time I would expect it to be listed and everything. There's been no tweets that TNT have put out. There's been nothing that's come out from WWE. It's a mess, man, to be honest. Communication on this is horrific. Really, really bad. And the reason why there's all this confusion is because our clocks went back here in the UK. So normally right now it would be midnight, but the clocks went back. So actually it's 11 o'clock here in the UK now, not midnight. So, but the clocks didn't change in America. I don't think they change in America for another week or so. So, yeah, it should be starting in at midnight, but every listing out there, including the one on my own TV, when I go to like guide and have a look to see when it starts, every listing I can find says 1 a.m. So there is a tiny part of me that is concerned, just a little bit that's concerned that I might be on a different time schedule to everyone else, in the sense of, is there going to be an hour's delay for the UK? I mean, there really shouldn't be. But if TNT Sports have made a mistake and they don't think it's starting until 1, could there be an issue whereby they're going to just run it at 1 and they're not aware that it's going to be starting at midnight? Like, I don't know. It's going to be really fun to find out. But it now says 12 for me, says Bonkers. Oh, has it changed now? It says 12 now. Oh, goods. Goods. I was looking about 2 hours ago. And I've looked all day, and all day it said 1 a.m. I've been on, so my TV guide said 1 a.m. I've searched on the internet. I found a listing for today on the internet that said 1 a.m. I was talking to someone on Twitter as well that was also confused. They were saying, is it really 1 a.m.? So if that has now changed in the past couple of hours, brilliant. Good. Right. Well, here we go. Maybe, well, are we starting late? I suppose not really starting late. Starting a little later than we usually would then. But yeah, a bit of confusion this week. Hopefully we won't have this going forwards. And maybe it's a bit of a learning curve for TNT so that they can maybe better communicate rather than faffing people around. But then they probably don't live for wrestling like some of us do. So maybe I should just let them off. But I hope everyone is well. As we said, we've got 56 minutes to go until the start of the show then. Let's have a little rundown of Raw. I have just seen a bit of news as well for us to get our teeth into. Nothing massive, just TV ratings are in for SmackDown. I can tell you that it came out at 1.1 million. That sounds low, but it's actually really good, because when we've been on FS1 before, it's been under 1 million. So the fact that we've gone to FS1 and we've done over 1 million is actually good. So 1.1 for SmackDown last week. Rampage has come in at 319. I genuinely don't know if that's good or bad. For Rampage, I don't know. I would guess it's probably about in line with what it does. So Rampage 319, SmackDown 1.1. I haven't seen any collision numbers yet. I haven't seen any collision numbers coming through, so I still am non-wiser on that. We are on WrestleNomics, and they're showing 1.1 for SmackDown. E. Wilkie said, if you are excited for Raw, give me a hell yeah. E. Wilkie, we'll see. Oh, there's one there. There we go. GN Shorts is excited, E. Wilkie. And by the looks of it, no one else. No one else. Just one person. So, E. Wilkie, shout out to you. Right, let's blast down this, and then I want to get into... Nah, here they come. I want to get into the chat. So, Creed Brothers taking on Alpha Academy. Creed Brothers look like they've been called up, and it looks like Ivy Nile is with them. There's a video doing the rounds, showing all of them backstage. They're actually doing a little skit where they're pretending to be the Alpha Academy, and Ivy is with them. They are calling this a call up the dirt sheets, so it doesn't look like it's just like a one-off thing. Looks like this could be the start of the Creeds being on the main roster. I suppose very similar to how we keep using Dragon Lee now. Dragon Lee has made a fair few appearances on the main roster, and it's starting to feel like he has been called up. I think the Creeds are going to be the same. I don't think there's going to be an announcement that they've been called up. I just think we're going to start using them now. So Creed Brothers against Alpha Academy on the show should be really good. Should be a banger, that. We've got Seth Rollins against JD McDonagh. We got DIY against Imperium, and I don't even know if that's been announced. I got that from a dirt sheet yesterday, and I haven't seen a graphic for it. Might be out. Might be doing the rounds, but DIY Imperium. Then we've got a trick or street fight. This is going to be Natalya against Chelsea Green, so that should be fun. Dominik's taking on Ricochet. It's a non-title match. Dominik will be in action tomorrow for Halloween Havoc Night 2. We got Xia Li against Candice, and of course, we need to know what's next for Nikki Cross. Nikki Cross was probably the biggest talking point last week when she was stood on the edge of the ring just kind of staring off into the distance, and then she ended up like jumping off the edge of the ring and just walking to the back. So they're definitely doing something with Nikki, which is good to see, and hopefully we're going to see that develop tonight. This, of course, as well, is the go home for Crown Jewel. We will be here on Saturday as we go to Saudi Arabia, and we are going to be covering that whole show. We'll start nice and early. We'll start at least a couple of hours before the kickoff. So looking forward to that a lot. It's always exciting for me when we've got a big WWE show on Saturday, because it just means we can really dial into wrestling. You know, if it's a big UFC show or boxing, then I know I'm going to have to use part of my week for research. And I know that a part of our community might not want to join us on the Saturday when we do those streams. So it's just really cool to know that this week it's wrestling. It's wrestling on Saturday. We've got a big full week of wrestling, including that second night of Halloween Havoc. And we can just build and work our way towards what should be a really fun show. I think the card looks good. Predictions went up. Put them up yesterday. Big thank you to everyone that checked those out. Only a minute long. I kept them short. We've got enough places where we can waffle on this channel, and we do enough waffly streams, including this one. So I didn't feel the need to waffle in that video. Get to the point. Minute long. Bang. Here you go. And it seems like people enjoyed it as well. So yeah, if you've not seen that, it's on the channel now, and we're working our way towards Crown Jewel. Our clocks change on Saturday, says Paul. Paul, shout out to you. Hopefully that's not going to have any effect on Crown Jewel. We're over in Saudi Arabia, so it shouldn't. Sometimes it's hard to find the listings in UK time. Eastern time seems to be what everything gets listed in. But I'm sure I'll find the information. I'm sure there'll be a UK website somewhere that'll have UK information, but it is a palaver with the clocks changing. It does kind of throw a lot of stuff out, you know? It does kind of mess a few things up, unfortunately. Edward said, I know it's not wrestling related. Well, I'm not going to read it then. No, I will. I know it's not wrestling related, but I'm going to take some time away. Oh, wow, okay. Dude, I'm so sorry to hear that news. That's heavy stuff, Edward. Maybe drop that in an email. All the best, buds. Thoughts with you. Mitchell said, what would you like to see for War Games teams if we do Team J and Team Jimmy? What would I like to see for some War Games teams? I would... What did you say? Team J, Team Jimmy. That's hard. It's hard, to be honest, because you've got so many stories that are kind of interweaved. You know, you've got Judgment Day and you've got Bloodline. And I feel like there's crossover there between Jimmy and Jay into both of those. So Team Jimmy, Team Jay. I mean, I feel like you've got to have Sammy I feel like you've got to have Sammy on Team J. I feel like would you have Cody on there, but then would they be involved in a different match? You know, or are you putting Judgment Day into this? You know, on Jimmy, I'm sure you would go solo. I mean, ideally you would have Roman, but I don't think Roman's going to be on a Team Jimmy. So I'm guessing that means, and there are rumors actually that Roman's not going to be at Survivor Series. So Jimmy, solo. Maybe you put Judgment Day with them, and maybe you just put it all into this. So you'd go Damian, Finn, and Dominik. Jimmy solo, Damian, Finn, Dominik. And then on the other side, Jay, Sammy, Cody. Maybe they convince Drew, but Drew turns on them. I mean, you can't have Kevin because he's gone over to SmackDown. And so I don't know. I mean, he could join up with them again, I suppose. But I don't know. It's a tricky one, that, because you've got so many different stories that are like interweaved and cross over, you know? So I think keep it clean. Put Judgment Day and Bloodline together. Jimmy solo, Damian, Finn, and Dominik. And then on the other side, go Jay, Sammy, Cody. This feels like the biggest match on the card, so I think you put LA Knight in there as well. So LA Knight could go in. So Jay, Sammy, Cody, LA, and maybe put Kevin in. Maybe don't worry so much about who's on SmackDown, who's on Raw. Because in all fairness, technically Jay's on Raw anyway. Jimmy's on SmackDown. So if you was going to do a Team Jimmy and a Team Jay, I think those kind of brand allegiances go out the window. So the teams that I would, and this is rough, innit? Jimmy, Solo, Damian, Finn, Dom, Jay, Sammy, Cody, Kevin Owens, and LA Knight. Team Jimmy, Team Jay. The one thing I wanted to show you is this as well. I do want to jump into the chat. So I've got this here. So this is WrestleNomics. This is really interesting. So this is a piece of work that they've put together, and they do come up with some really interesting data. So this is come via cagematch.net and wrestlingdata.com. I must admit, I've never been to wrestlingdata.com, right? So we've got WrestleNomics have put this together. So this is the average age of the rosters by each year. And that's really interesting because you can see that the general pattern, NXT obviously a little bit excluded because NXT, NXT down here in like 2021, you can see that the average age has kind of crept up to the age of like 32 during 2021, and then it comes crashing back down again. I think part of that is because we were not bringing in new talent during the pandemic. So during the pandemic, we were, and plus also there was a lot of people like Adam Cole, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa. They weren't moving on. And then when the pandemic hit, we couldn't bring in new people. And so we sort of kept people around. It was only when we got to NXT 2.0 and we kind of really hit the reset button that NXT like reset basically. So you can see the average age of NXT has gone crashing back down now in the past few years, down to 28. But by and large, it's kind of always been around that 28, 29 sort of range. Which, as we said, is really interesting. But if you have a look at Raw and SmackDown, if you go back to like 1999 on the graph when SmackDown started, you can see the average age is like 29 point something for SmackDown. The average age on Raw is about 31. So 31 is the average age of the roster. 29 point something is the average age for SmackDown. And look at, as the years go by, what happens with that graph. It's probably not the biggest surprise in the world because obviously we know this is happening in all sports where because of a greater understanding of nutrition, a greater understanding of sports science, people are being able to get more out of their careers, more out of their bodies. I think we're seeing it in all sports. It's not many sports where people are retiring younger than they used to. People are getting older than they used to. We're seeing it in football. We're seeing it in cricket. We're seeing it in a few different sports where, as we said, because there's a greater understanding of sports science, we're seeing this this graph kind of edging its way up. But that's quite a change, isn't it? It's quite a change. If you look at SmackDown, the blue line, and you look at like back at when it very first started, we're kind of around 29 years old. And if you look at where we are in the present day, we're around about just over 35. Like, there's been a swing there of about 6 years. And that's not just one person. That's on average. On average, every wrestler on SmackDown is roughly 6 years older than they were every wrestler back in 1999. Now, there's pros and cons to that. There's pros and cons. I would say the pro is that you've got a lot of experience there. I'd say the other pro is that it would indicate some decent star power, because if people are older, it would suggest they've been around longer, which would suggest that they've had bigger matches, more big matches, main event runs, like they've got a decent name like now. And so, you know, if they're young, they probably haven't done as much and they might not have made as big a name for themselves. The flip side to the coin, though, is that have we got an issue where some of these older veterans are taking spots away from some of that young NXT talent? You know, does there need to be a little bit of a clear out of some of the boomers so that we can bring through the likes of, you know, I mean, like, look at NXT and look at some of the talent down there. Look at Bron Breakker, look at Ilya Dragunov. You know, all of these guys are going to come through, but they could be on the main roster now. You know, we could be cooking with them guys now. But instead, we've got, you know, a pretty packed main roster. You know, we're struggling to use everyone that's on that main roster. Not saying it's over bloated, but it's definitely full. There's definitely a good chunk of people around, isn't there? So, you know, maybe there's an argument for that not getting too out of control. Maybe there's an argument of, like, curbing it or even trying to bring it down a little bit. Obviously, as we get retirements and we get, like, injuries and people calling it a day, you know, if Randy calls it a day, if, unfortunately, Big E has to call it a day. I don't know if that's going to include John Cena, for example. He's on the roster at the moment. I don't know if that included Trish, because obviously she's been around as well. They're going to be pushing up that average age. Maybe there's an argument for just bringing it back down a little bit, because, I mean, if you think about the Attitude Era, I mean, people have got so much fondness for the Attitude Era that I don't think anyone looks back and goes, yeah, that was a good time, but they were just too young. I don't think anyone says that. I don't think anyone says that that roster was, like, too young. But it's interesting to look at SmackDown in particular and see that we're actually 6 years on average older now than we were there. And actually, I think it's even worse on Raw. Raw, by the looks of it, is about the same, if not a little wider. So that dropped yesterday. I didn't get a chance to look at it for our Sunday stream, but really interesting information coming out of WrestleNomics. It's a Twitter account that you can follow. They've got 18,000 followers. They've been going, I think, since about like 2014, but really it's since the pandemic that I've become aware of them, and they've really exploded because during the pandemic, that's when like ratings became so much more important. Like, I don't remember us really looking at the ratings quite as closely as we were during the pandemic, certainly when it was NXT against AEW, the Wednesday night wars. That's where ratings really went to a different level, and this is where WrestleNomics kind of came onto my radar. But they're a good little follow. They're definitely worth checking in with. And I was waiting for the Collision numbers, and they haven't come through yet. So, yeah, just waiting to kind of see those and what that's going to be. Because I know there's a lot of... hype and praise for the MJF Kenny Omega match, so I just wondered as to if that had an increase in ratings for them. It should have. I mean, I know they were up against the Tyson Fury fight, and a few other little bits and bobs, but there was a lot of buzz around that fight. So I was just interested to see what that was going to come out as, but no information that I've seen yet. So Mitchell, shout out to you. I hope that answered your question about the Survivor Series, Team Jimmy, Team J. Aaron said, Days. Hello, Aaron. Hope you're well, buds. Aaron says, what's your profile picture? Oh, CM Punk. Days, is it worrying that Endeavor hasn't re-signed a name like Drew McIntyre? There's still 5 months. He deserves to have that title reign that he never had. I don't know that it's worrying, to be honest. I like Drew. I think that there is definitely an offer that's going to be there for him. I think that Drew's an interesting one, isn't he? Because I don't know that there's going to be too many numbers that are going to show that Drew is like really moving needles. I think he can. And I think if you've got a big show in the UK like we did Clash at the Castle, he is, definitely an asset. I think he's a very credible wrestler. I like him. It's not a case of being down on him, but I never see him being around like top merch sellers. I never see there being much of a buzz around like Drew, with the odd exception, like Clash at the Castle, right? I never really see like him like trending and stuff like that. It just feels like he's a solid hand. Definitely someone you would want on your roster. He fills it out. He bulks it out. He brings credibility. You can use him in a faction, use him in a tag team, use him as a solo guy, put him in the main event, put him in the mid card, put him for the tag titles. Like, if you need to have a banging match, you can do it. We've used him in some little fun segments as well. I don't think he does quite as well in those. But he does have a really good versatility, and he can cut promos. He can work in the ring. He's got a good size to him. His gimmick, obviously, is that he's Scottish, which is, as we all know, one of the best gimmicks. A gimmick that many people in our community have as well. And I think that he's very versatile. So he's definitely someone that they should keep. He's definitely someone I think they would want to keep. And I think you could sense there was a but coming. I also think that there is a reasonable price that you would give him for a contract. And I just get the sense that he's holding out for more than what they want to give him. And I don't know the difference, to be honest. Someone's going to have to blink, aren't they? Someone's going to have to budge. Either WWE are going to have to go, we don't want to lose him. We don't want to lose Drew to AEW, for example. So we'll give him what he wants. Or they'll go, we can't do that, right? Because we don't quite see you as being Roman Reigns, Cody Rhodes, right? You are someone that we could put a world title on, but equally, we've got quite a few people we can put a world title on. So I don't know that you break the bank. I don't know that you break the bank for Drew. And if you break the bank for Drew, do you then have to break the bank for everyone else? Because this is a little contract dispute that has been going for a little while now. And whatever happens with this, you know that people are watching it. You know that people are aware of what's going on here. Certainly internally, the boys, they're going to be aware of, like, as he re-signed, what's the latest there, because a lot of the times these things go quite smooth, or they certainly appear to go smooth. And so for there to be a hold-up, as you said, is interesting. For it to still not be resolved is interesting. And it would suggest that Drew has got a number that he thinks is worth, which is different to what WWE think is worth. Be interesting to know what the difference is. And it'll be very interesting to know how it gets resolved. But are Endeavor gonna be put over a barrel and just told this is the number, you're gonna pay it, otherwise I'm off? Because if they do that, then you are really opening yourself up to everyone else taking that same approach. It might be better to not blink, see what happens. If you lose him, you lose him. But the message that will have been sent to the rest of the locker room is, no, the number we offer you is the number. right? It's a take it or leave it number. The number we're going to offer you is a fair number, and it's take it or leave it. Like, we're not interested in this back and forth. So, I don't know, that might sound harsh, and it might sound very business, but I do like to try and look at those things from both sides, both points of view. Can't imagine the number that he's being offered is insulting. Can't imagine it's insulting. If it is insulting, then he's got a big decision to make, hasn't he? If it is insulting, then I'm sure he's already putting feelers out to see what Tony would be offering. Because there is an alternative now. There is an alternative. He could go to AEW, of course. And I'm sure they'd welcome him with open arms because he's a great talent. He's another person that can put banging matches on your roster. And he's great for international audiences, isn't he? So I hope he resigns. I hope he gets a world title run. I hope that we can kind of get back to that Clash at the Castle type vibe. I would love for his old theme to come back. I'd love for him to lose that sword. I think what we're doing with him at the moment's good, though. You know, the little thing, the little kind of feud that he's having with Seth. It's funny, isn't it? Because I think Seth's reign has been all right. Like, but I think that anything good that's come out of Seth's reign has got nothing to do with Seth. Like, I really enjoyed Seth Nakamura because of what we did with Nakamura. Didn't have anything to do with Seth. Just like now, I'm really enjoying Drew and Seth. But it ain't got nothing to do with Seth. It's because we're starting to do something interesting with Drew. And he's starting to kind of, you know, is he a heel? Is he a face? He's kind of a face. But he is acting a bit heelish, but you can understand why. It's really interesting. It's a real interesting situation. And as I said, you know, it's got nothing to do with Seth. It's his opponents that are making his title reign so entertaining. So I don't think Drew wins this weekend, unfortunately, and it's a good point, actually, because maybe that's another reason why he doesn't win this weekend, because of the fact that he is potentially going to leave. I mean, I've not heard any resolution on it, so definitely one to keep an eye on, buds. Definitely one to keep an eye on. But something to be worried about? Nah, not worried. There's other things to worry about. It's meant to be a nasty storm coming to the UK on Wednesday night. I'm way more concerned about that, you know. And also, I've got a slight pain here, and I don't know why. I'm a little bit more worried about that. My concern for Drew, I don't even know it makes the top 30, to be honest, but I'm just going to be straight up honest. Mitchell says, Days, you should look it up, even if it's for a separate video. Look up the amount of contracts that are up in WWE in 2024, WWE AEW in 2024. It's insane. That would make sense because WWE were signing and locking people down to contracts in 2019 and 2020 to stop them from going to AEW. And they are coming up. So, you know, if you sign someone to a 5-year contract in 2019 or a 4-year contract in 2020, then you are looking at 2024 being juicy. I tell you what, WWE have got a bit of a problem, but it's not the worst problem. The problem they've got is I think they locked some of these down to pretty big numbers, because they really didn't want them to go to AEW. And I think the hope was that AEW would be faltering by now. And I think that AEW has kind of flatlined a little, but they are still right there. It only feels like they need a couple of pieces for them to start to make some moves again. It doesn't feel to me like AEW are loads missing. It just feels like they need some tighter booking. And, I mean, you could always sprinkle in a few extra names, of course. But to be honest, I think a lot of it comes down to the booking. And so they don't feel a million miles away. And so you sprinkle in a couple of decent names from WWE and, you know, AEW could be right back, could be right there. But WWE, I don't think, are going to want to be looking to really spend the same money on contracts again as they did back in 2020. Don't think they're going to want to be doing that. So they've got a little bit of a problem coming up, and this is again why we might be looking at them playing a little bit hardball with Drew, because as we said, a lot of them contracts that were negotiated in 2019, 2020, they were for decent amounts of money. They were fairly considerable. Do you see the Miz turning face and joining DIY? Do I see that happening? I don't see that happening. I don't know if there's any reports of that happening. That's a bit random. That's very random. What makes you say that? What makes you say about the Miz turning face and joining DIY? I mean, that feels very specific. Is there like a report doing the rounds on that? Did you see the vid of the hockey player? He was dead in 2 minutes. It was vile and murder. Did you see the vids of the hockey player who got his throat slit by an opponent's blades? He was dead in 2 minutes before he even got to the bench. It was a vile attack and it was murder. I mean, I've heard the report, but the report I've heard was that it was... I mean, I haven't seen anything to do with murder. I presumed it was just part of a game. And BBC was saying that they should look to have like neck guards now to protect the neck. And apparently in the NHL, they don't have neck guards, even though it has been kind of approached a few times that it would be worth doing. They don't have neck guards. But, yeah, this looked obviously like a really nasty incident, but I'm not aware of it being a murder or anything. The Miz is trending. Why is the Miz trending? There is a report about Miz and DIY. Via Better Wrestling Experience, there's a discussion about turning the Miz babyface and working with DIY, though nothing has been confirmed. The Miz turning babyface... Well, Miz turning babyface, I don't mind that. Him working with DIY, I don't mind that. Him joining DIY, I definitely don't need that. That would be my take on it. So, but babyface Miz, I don't have a problem. And him teaming up with DIY to take on, say, Judgment Day. So, you know, Miz and DIY against, say, Judgment Day. I can definitely go with that. But him out and out joining DIY... I don't have an appetite for that, no. James said there was no way it was an accident. He was super kicked. K-pop lover said it was an accident. It wasn't murder. It had to be premeditated. Okay. NHL, the oldest player to ever play was Geordie Howe and played his last NHL game in 1980 at the age of 52. I didn't realize we were so excited about ice hockey. Brony said they tried once with a feud with Shane back in 2019 and it didn't work, in my opinion, says Brony. Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I remember that feuds. I would be interested in seeing it under Triple H, though. And I would be interested in, you know, it's been a few years, giving it another go. I really can't stress how much I've got no desire for Miz to join DIY. I've got no desire for that whatsoever. For him to be an out-and-out member. Not looking for that at all. But him working with DIY, I could definitely get with that. Bembo said DIY and Miz against Imperium, and then maybe Gunther versus Miz for the IC belt, says Bembo. Thoughts on Messi winning his Ballon d'Or? Pleased for him. That's it. I don't care. That's my honest opinion. I don't care. Yep. Having weapons on your appendages. Why are we talking about ice hockey? Welcome to this WWE Raw stream. This is the go-home show for Crown Jewel. We've got some things coming up on this stream that we are looking forward to, like the main roster debut of the Creed Brothers. Creed Brothers coming up. If you've not seen NXT, and you haven't been watching the Creeds, you are in for a real delight here. Creed brothers are legit. They are such a great team, and I've been so excited for seeing them come up to the main roster. Absolute multiple-time tag team champs written all over them, right? They are, I don't know, would you say they're like the modern-day Steiners? Would you say that they are very much like... I don't know. I mean, they're probably Brutus is bigger, isn't he? Bigger than like what we saw either of the Steiners. He's got like a more girth, more physicality, more presence. But Julius could easily have been in the Steiner brothers. He could easily have been the third Steiner. So if you want like a really lazy comparison. It's two guys, man, that can really go, that can really wrestle, that I think are going to really ignite that tag division. This is the sort of team that the tag division needs. This is the sort of team that's going to really bring something. I mean, think about the tag division now gaining DIY and the Creed brothers. Like, that's pretty sick, isn't it? That's pretty sick. Like, bringing in those two names, as well as already having like Imperium, and obviously we've got Judgment Day. We've been doing a little bit with like Jimmy and Solo. We have lost the Usos, I suppose, which is a big loss. That's a big loss. But bringing up the Creeds and having DIY now, that's pretty sick. So the tag division getting a real boost. They're taking on Alpha Academy tonight. Very much looking forward to that. DIY meant to be in action tonight as well. Seth Rollins against JD McDonagh. I can't see Seth losing this because we're so close to Crown Jewel. I can't see Seth losing this. Seth's title reign, as we said, has been a little bit... I just find Seth a little bit at the moment. That flipping song so does my head in. Like, it comes down, we have to listen to it, and it's just dead air. It's just dead air. I think if you watch Raw once in a while and you maybe have never seen it, you might go, "Oh, that's cool. Look at that. Look, wow, everyone joining in. That's cool." When you've seen it like 50, 100 times, you're like, I'm definitely done with this now. Definitely done with this. So, like, outside of that and his colourful clothes, it's like, yeah, he can cut a promo. Yeah, he can talk. Yeah, he can wrestle. But the rest of the package is just, doesn't do it for me. It's just not what I'm looking for. I'd much rather we had gone with Nakamura. I'd much rather that Nakamura had become champ. And then, like, Seth could go off and do something else, I think this doesn't feel like his final form. This doesn't feel like Seth has found what is going to make him, this is it, I kind of, because like with Roman, for example, let's take Roman. Roman has tried a few things, obviously as a face, and he's been the big dog and all this kind of stuff, and we've had him coming down and smashing people and putting him in different feuds and whatever. But now that he's turned heel, and now that he's had Bloodline, like this doesn't feel like any better. I don't think you can get any better than what we're doing with Roman right now. I think this is Roman in his final form. This is Roman absolutely maximizing all of that potential. When they're down in NXT and they look at them and they're like, wow, you've got crazy potential. This is Roman filling that out. This is Roman maximizing it, taking it to the zenith, turning it right up, So it's amazing that we're seeing this from Roman. I don't feel that we're seeing that from Seth. I don't think Seth is maximizing his potential. I don't think that what we're doing with Seth is Seth being maxed out. It just, if anything, it feels like he's being a bit held back. It feels like we're so focused on his wardrobe and we're so focused on that flipping song that we're not really telling the stories with him that need to be told. We're not really developing his character. The good stories that are being told are always other people's stories. just like last year when it was Cody that came in and we were telling Cody's story. And, you know, he had 3 great matches with Seth, but we weren't developing Seth's character. We wasn't doing much with Seth. It was all the focus on Cody. And now, obviously, the Shinsuke thing, as we said, you know, that was all to do with Shinsuke and the fact that he's targeting Seth's back. We did find out about Seth's back. I will give them that, but, you know, it's not part of this story. It seems like it was a big deal for that last feud, and now it's gone away. So, you know, it'd be nice if Drew could make some comments about Seth's back. It'd be nice if that was to feature in this feud. But yeah, for me, Seth is just... I know a lot of people really like Seth, and that's really cool. I'm really pleased for you, but I just think we can do more. I really think we can do more. I think that... it's hard to take that song away now because, you know, I suppose in a way it's a bit like Judas with Jericho. Like, the crowds love it. The kids love it. Certainly if you do go to a house show, you know, I'd imagine that they probably sing it and let it go for half an hour because it just kills half an hour of time. But watching it on Raw, oh my God, I don't need it. So, yeah, I think Seth wins this. I think he wins at the weekend, but I am just desperate for us to move his character along, develop his character, and maybe not play into that song as much, you know. I sort of feel like we don't need to do that. You know, sometimes with TV shows, when they've been running for a while, they sometimes, not always, but they sometimes, like, cut the intro short because, like, the intro plays... And because, like, it's on and people have seen the intro so many times, they start to, like, reduce the intro or just start to make it a little bit shorter. I sort of feel like do that with Seth as well. Like, we all know his flipping entrance song now. I don't need to hear it again repeatedly. I think it's not great if you're a repeat viewer. If you're a casual fan that just tunes in once in a while, amazing. If you're someone that watches every single week, I can't believe there's too many people out there going, oh, I love this. Oh, it's my favorite part of the week when we get to sing Seth's theme song. Maybe you felt that way after the first 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 times of hearing it, but now that we're sat here like 100 times in, I can't imagine people have got that mindset still. So, yeah, I'd love to see some more development with the Seth Rollins character. Matthew, shout out to you, said, Days, where do you think we go with Sammy? He's still clearly over, but there's no sign of him going for the World Heavyweight or Intercontinental. Well, I think that Sammy can go for the World Heavyweight, but I don't know if it's this side of WrestleMania. So he's going to need some feuds. I wouldn't have him anywhere near the Intercontinental. I wouldn't have him anywhere near it. I mean, the only reason I'd have him around the Intercontinental is to do a match with Gunther. But to be honest, I would save it. I wouldn't do it because Sammy doesn't need another IC title run. He's already been IC champ a few times. He doesn't need that belt again. He's done that belt. He did that belt ages ago. Like, normally you go IC and then you go on to World, right? Sammy did IC, then he went into Bloodline, got to the World level, fell short. Okay, that's fine. Fell short. But now for him to go back down to IC, like, no. I wouldn't do that. I would get him in some really good creative stories, right? Really juicy stuff. Something that's got a bit of substance to it. Something that can provide some real dilemmas, you know? Not just sneak attack, guys, this is going to be such a challenge, blah, 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 blah. But actually something that we can actually get our teeth into, like some real dilemmas, you know? And just kind of build him up to WrestleMania, give him a big singles match at WrestleMania. Because to be honest, he doesn't tend to have singles matches at pay-per-view. Like, give him a big singles match at WrestleMania against a really good opponent, like a real credible opponent, and build up the story. Have that as the blow-off. And then after WrestleMania, I think we can absolutely look at him going for the world title again. He might not get it, but he can definitely be in the conversation. If Gunther gets the world title at WrestleMania. Say we do Sami against Gunther or something, and Gunther gets it. Then we can pull the trigger on Gunther and Sami. Can't we? Then we can do that feud. I don't think we need to do that feud around the IC title. Do it around the World Heavyweight Championship. And listen, I'm a massive Sami fan. I'm a big Sami fan. For me, he needs to get a world title before his career is done, right? He needs to get that world championship. So I think it's going to be a lot easier for him to get the one that Seth's got than the one that Roman's carrying. So now that Kevin has been separated away from Sami, and looking at how amazing that match was last week against Drew, I'm not worried. I think there's a real, if anything, I'd say that the future's looking brighter for Sami than it has for a long time. Because when he lost to Roman, it was hard to see when he was going to get a rematch. And I would have loved for them to have found a way of getting him into that main event of WrestleMania. Instead, they put him in the tag match night 1 main event, which was cool. He got to a main event, right? Fair play. It's not what I wanted them to do with it. And I said at the time I didn't want him to go into the tag division. I still stand by the fact I didn't want him to go in the tag division. Even now I've seen it, I still feel like it was the wrong move. Because you had someone that was red hot, that was right up there, that was, you know, selling merch, like neck and neck with Cody. And you poured cold water on him. You poured cold water on him. You dropped down the merch sales. The reactions aren't as big. Like, it was clear. If you're going to put him in that tag division, you're watering him down. And maybe that's what they wanted to do. Because maybe he got in the way of Cody. But I like Sami and I want Sami to succeed. I don't want him to be watered down. I don't care about him getting in the way of Cody. I want Sami, who didn't leave and go off and start AEW and all this kind of stuff. He's been here for a while now as well, down in NXT, coming through on the main roster for quite a while, putting that work in year after year after year, quietly going about his business. And, you know, I've got so much respect for him. I would love to see him win the Rumble. Don't think he will, but I'd love to see him win the Rumble. I would love to see him be in the mix. I'd love to see him just that one step below. Maybe like put him in a #1 contenders match. If he wins that, he will be next for the World Heavyweight Championship. But the reason why I say it's not looked brighter is because for me, him going into the tag division was, do you know what I mean? Rubbish. Didn't like it. Match was amazing at WrestleMania, and there was a couple of other matches after that were amazing, really, really good, but it's not what I wanted to do with Sami. But now he's free. He's out of the tag division. He dipped his toe in the tag division. He's out of the tag division now. Kevin is on a different brand, so now all of a sudden he's free. And I love that promo that he cut where he said, "I am a world heavyweight championship level superstar." And I was like, yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. So Sami is someone that I'm really rooting for. I don't think I really mark out too much for people. I don't think like there's too many names that I'm like really like, go on, you know? But Sami is definitely one, because he's paid his dues, man. Absolutely paid his dues. He's been on that main roster, I want to say, since about 2016. Something like that. I mean, it must have been about a good 7 years or so. And he spent a few years before that down in NXT. I mean, he's been in the whole system for like 10 years. 10 years he's been in the system. And he's never won a world title. And he's not he's a fantastic wrestler as well. And he can talk. We've seen what he's like in those segments when you give him something creative to put his teeth into. Oh my God, he kills it. He knocks it out the park. I mean, the Bloodline story was greatly improved with his presence. Greatly improved. So I think that, yeah, he deserves the world title run after all the work that he's put in and everything that he's done. He deserves that moment. He really, really does. So I'd love to see him get it. Don't think it'll be this side of WrestleMania, but to be honest, you could make an argument. For Sami winning the Rumble. Don't think it'll happen. But Sami wins the Rumble. He goes on to win the world title at WrestleMania 40, right? Amazing. Maybe he can win the title on night 1. Cody does it on night 2. We get a bit of an Eddie Benoit type moment, right? So, like, yeah, that would be incredible for Sammy to, like, do it on, like, you know, win the title. The reason why I don't think that will happen is because I think Seth would probably have to lose it to a heel. Maybe Seth could lose it to Drew, and then Drew could turn heel, and Sammy could get it from Drew. Because we saw Sammy Drew last week, and it was incredible. I would definitely watch that at WrestleMania, and I would lap it up, man. Because that match on Raw last week was fantastic. So Sammy against Drew, I really wouldn't be down on that. And then Sammy drops it to Gunther, maybe SummerSlam next year. So maybe we could look at something along those lines. I don't think it'll go that way, but that's, you know, that way you're getting, like, Sammy Drew would be amazing. Sammy against any other heels, I'm sure would be fantastic. He'd have a good few months with the belt, and then he would drop it to Gunther. Imagine Sammy Gunther. So for me, I'd definitely be looking at things along those lines rather than him competing for the IC title. The only reason that him going for the IC title would be worth it is so that you could do him against Gunther. That's it. Otherwise, I don't have an interest in him having the IC title because I've seen him with it so many times. I don't need to see it with him again. But him against Gunther, I'll watch that any day of the week and twice on a Sunday. So, Matthew, shout out to you. Excellent question, bud. Delwyn said, Delwyn, shout out to you, my friend, said, I'm enjoying boxing weekend. Tyson was lucky. I still don't get how he won by decision. I don't know what the judges were watching. This is why WWE and UFC are ahead of boxing right now in sports. Well, I mean, I'm going to disagree because I thought Tyson edged it. The reason being is because boxing is quite simple in the sense of you've got to land more shots than your opponent. That's what it comes down to. Land more shots. There's a little bit in there about who was the aggressor and all that kind of stuff. But the bottom line is I've seen enough boxing to know that really if you outstrike your opponent, then you are going to win the rounds. And what did Ngannou really do other than stand in the middle and wait for Fury to kind of come onto him and then try and catch him with some counters? The boxing stats came out and said that Tyson Fury had outlanded Ngannou, so he'd actually landed more punches than Ngannou in, I think, like by about 12 shots. I mean, it wasn't wide, but it was not but one or two. Right, it was about 12 shots or something along those lines. In fact, I don't even need to guess. I retweeted it. I've got the information here. Here we go. Fury landed 12 more punches over 10 rounds than Ngannou, right? Now, you can look at that and go, 12. Like, what's that, really? It ain't loads, right? But he landed more shots than Ngannou in 6 rounds. So in 6 rounds, Fury landed more shots on Ngannou than Ngannou landed on Fury in 6 of the 10 rounds. And if you're going to land more, right, you're gonna get given those rounds. So without even trying, that would be 6 rounds for Fury, and it would be 4 rounds for Ngannou, right? Then yes, there was the knockdown, and so that round is a 10-8 round, right? That probably makes it like close to a draw. And then you start looking at like how close it is. It surprises me, you know, because I said during that stream on Saturday that it was a close fight. It was a close fight, and I was scoring it, and what I had was Fury up by 1. That's what I had, right? But I said it was close and it could go either way. And it could have gone either way. And one judge gave Fury the fight by a point. One judge gave Ngannou the fight by a point. And then the other judge gave Fury the fight by about 3 points. Now, I struggle to agree with that. I struggle to agree with it, that like him having like, you know, a few rounds. But had that have been 2 judges scoring Fury by a round and one judge scoring Ngannou by a round, I wouldn't have any problems with that scorecards. So for me, had it have been a draw, not a problem. Fury just edging it, not a problem. Ngannou just edging it, I would have had some questions. I really would, because I didn't see Ngannou winning that fight. Like, you've got to outstrike your opponent. You've got to land more. than your opponent, and he didn't land more. He didn't outland him. He did knock him down, and one of those rounds is 10-8, right? No arguing with that whatsoever. No arguing with that being a 10-8 rounds. But the problem is, in a lot of them other rounds, he just gets out-punched. And so round after round goes by. It might not be significant. It might not be as eye-catching as a knockdown. But those rounds that are going by, they're building up. They're building up. I mean, you could probably make an argument of it being, well, the stats say it was 6-4 to Fury, that he outpunched. And actually, I would also argue that Fury was being more of the aggressor, because there was a lot of times where Ngannou was just standing in the middle of the ring, and it was Fury that was taking the fight to Ngannou, and Ngannou was trying to throw in counters. So Ngannou's strategy was not to move forward. It wasn't to bring the fight. He was conserving energy, which was clever, because I think he knew that trying to go 10 rounds was going to be difficult, because he's an MMA fighter, and he's got a lot of first round, second round finishes. So him trying to go 10 rounds, it's not really something that he is built for or used to doing. So he was kind of being a bit like static, and he was not wasting energy. He was waiting for Fury to bring the fight to him, and then he was trying to slip and throw in like a couple of counters, do some work when they were getting in close clinch. No, he was very good in the clinch. Very, very good in the clinch. But it's hard to say that over those 10 rounds, Ngannou was the aggressor. He had moments, but I can't say that the fight swings in his direction on that stat. So for me, it comes down to the punch numbers. And as we said, Fury landed 12 more punches. There's a lot. Don't forget, man, there's a lot of people out there that are big MMA fans. There's a lot of people out there that don't like Fury. There's a lot of people out there that were supporting Ngannou. There's a lot of people out there that love the underdog story. A lot of people out there that saw how wide the odds were and they put money on Ngannou, right? And there's a lot of people out there that were very close to winning some serious money. Once you factor them things in, all of a sudden you can understand why a load of people are running around saying there's a robbery, right? But every time we get to a flipping decision, there's normally a robbery. Like, robbery gets called all the flipping time. It's one of the easiest words seemingly to write on the internet. It's probably the most overused word on the internet, I'd imagine, robbery. So for me, if it had been a draw, I would have had no complaints. It was really, really close. If Ngannou had won, I wouldn't have said robbery, but I would have said, I'm not sure I agree. Because outside of the knockdown and maybe another round in there, I wasn't seeing him outstriking Fury. The stats say that he outstruck him in four rounds, in all fairness, which, to be honest, is even more than I thought he had. So, yeah, for me, I think it was the right result. But everyone has watched it, and everyone is going to make their own mind up, aren't they? I'm just telling you what I saw, and there'll be other people out there, and I'm telling you a position which I don't even think is the trendy position. I'm not saying something that's the accepted position. I think, if anything, this is the position that's probably uncool, the one that probably isn't being shouted as much. But yeah, for me, that I thought that he just edged it. The fact that fight was as close as what it was, though, there's no denying the real winner is Ngannou. He is the real winner, in the sense of that fight should have been. I mean, people were saying it was going to be finished early. There was, I think, the biggest vote in our poll was that it was going to be done in the first 5 rounds. So a lot of people were expecting this to be done and dusted. But the fact that it went the distance, and I don't know if you've seen, but like Fury's eye and everything is all like bruised. And if you look at Ngannou, he's got no marks on him whatsoever. And people are like, look at Fury, look at Ngannou. I mean, what he did was absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I think he had an excellent game plan. I think he stuck to that game plan, and he did a great job. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us on Saturday. Whatever you saw is what you saw. If you, hand on heart, honestly believe it was a draw, If your hand on heart believe Fury won. If your hand on heart believes Ngannou won. I think it was so close. I think you can take up any of those positions. I think you can take up any of those positions. And I don't think that like anyone can really say that you're like out and out wrong. My position is that I think Fury did enough. And I did put that out on Twitter the other day as well. But that was Saturday, and a big thank you to everyone that joined us for that, and a big thank you to Delwyn as well, because I did want to touch on the whole fallout of that, because obviously that was the last time that we streamed, and certainly the past 48 hours have been very boxing heavy when it's come to the news. But we're turning our attention now over to the Judgment Day. Here is Mammy and Dom Dom and JD McDonagh. They're making their way down to the ring. So tonight, Seth taking on JD. We've got a pumpkin graphic on screen. We've got some cobwebs as well. We've got Judgment Day CGI. They love their CGI, don't they? I wonder if that's something actually... we've spoken a lot about Endeavor and this like takeover. I wonder if it's going to be a case that Gunther's on Miz TV tonight. I wonder if it's going to be a case that UFC are going to start using that. Because like Endeavor obviously have access to this technology now. They could have gone and got it before. Perhaps they don't fancy it, but we don't see that sort of CGI in the UFC world. But, oh, there we go. DIY and Imperium tonight. Okay, Judgment Day are in the ring. Here's Rhea. Miss Clown said CGA, computer generated ass. Did you hear about Phineas Godwin? No? Has he passed away or something? Okay, Rhea is in the ring. She says that they've taken care of every superstar. We shattered Cody Rhodes' ankle. And that's just the beginning. Rhea talking about her dirty Dom. Crowd booing, of course. This is a go-home show. There is a concern about this being a go-home show. It might mean that things are a little bit slow. Here's JD. Here's JD. He's going to remind Seth Rollins what it means to be an enemy of the Judgment Day. Rhea's talking about who... She's talking about the fact that decisions need to be made. Crown Jewel. Rhea said she's got the odds stacked against her at Crown Jewel. Rhea's arms are bigger than anyone else's in Judgment Day, said Zoom Station. He lost half his foot in a factory accident where he works. Oh my God. Here's Sami Zayn. So much bad news doing the rounds, isn't there? Here's Sami. Bum, bum, butter. And they've got the right music. Let's go. Da 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 da. Go on, Sammy! Take Rhea's world title. Take anyone's world title. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum, ba-da-ba. Yes. I saw an El Generico sign in the crowds. Sami Zayn, we love you sign as well. The support is definitely still there. Hire El Generico. Sammy, 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 Sammy. Go on, Sammy. I'm sorry, Rhea. I'm so sick of hearing you talk. So sick of hearing you talk about power. About how Judgment Day runs Monday Night Raw. There's no Finn and Damien, by the way. Let me explain something about me. My entire career. My life. I've fought people like the Judgment Day. Dominik's like... Dominik's a bit bored. Come on, Sammy versus Rhea for the women's title, said Erasure Minds. Faces always come out alone, said Zoom Station. My name is not Sami Zayn. My name is Rebellion. Good, Sammy. Wow. Sammy is so fired up. He said he's been fighting against people that have been hell-bent on power his whole life. I will fight the Judgment Day 1-on-1, 2-on-1, 3-on-1, 4-on-1, 5-on-1. It's fire in it. It's fire. Oh my God. I like that fire from Sammy, said Erasure Mind. You can resist all you want. It doesn't matter. We don't need the numbers when it comes to you. Ooh. With who? With who? Why don't you go 1-on-1 tonight with Damian Priest? So Rhea looked at Dom, but he's got a match with Ricochet. She looked at JD, he's got a match with Seth. Is Dom. Sign in the crowd said Judgment Day runs WWE. Let's teach him a lesson right now. Dominik has to yell that into the microphone because he can't be heard. Let's teach him a lesson right now. Here's Ricochet. Ricochet making his way down. One and only. Authentic always wins against the script, says Erasure Mind. Rhea Ripley going through the ropes. Ricochet had made his way down, coming to Sammy's aid. Looks like we're just going to go straight into Ricochet and Dirty Dom, are we? Dom going over against the ropes. Ricochet standing in the ring. Right, well, there we go. Weird little open. It's just more of the same in the sense of Sammy, Judgment Day. you know, it was great fun. I mean, you got to say what Sammy did was really great. It was really fired up. It was animated. It was passionate. It was just oozed through the TV. But, yeah, I mean, like, it's not really anything revolutionary, is it? So we've got our next match coming up, which is a match that we already knew we were having. This is going to be Ricochet against Dirty Dom. No telling how many times Damian and Sammy have matched up, said Charlotte. It's quite a few, isn't it? I'm not going to lie, this has been the same show every week for a month, says Mitchell. James said, I thought Sammy was going to call himself Spartacus. Yeah. Yeah. Hope you all having a good steam. Did you hear about the passing of Matt Perry? I did. Did you see the Creeds accepted Alpha Academy's challenge? I did, Kian. Yes. Shout out to you. Humble Rumble said J.D. McDonagh. But I really want Sammy to win a world title, said Brony. I'd love to see it as well. Psycho Dad, I want face secular. Dad, animal free Jess, no holds bar, smacking the suitcase match at Crown Jewel. I'm afraid Jess on Monday Night Raw in a steel cage in the rear, said Damon. Boring day, said Ryan. Harif said, dude, every week Judgment Day opening door. Perhaps it should be law, because every time Judgment Day open the show and get confronted by Sammy or Cody, it's an L. Law. That Monday Night Law. Lundy Light Law. Although, that was fire from Sammy. I mean, I would say that even though I've seen it a billion times and it was nothing new, like, I still got something from it because Sammy brought that heat, brought that intensity. But oh my God, we need to move on. Oh my God, we need to change the records. This is like the storyline equivalent of Seth's song. You know, like how Seth's song just keeps playing and we just keep like having the crowd sing along and we have to sit here for like 5 minutes every week listening to it. I feel like this is the creative storyline equivalent of that. Judgment Day, Sammy, Cody, Jey Uso, blah, 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 blah. Nita Nitro said, do we get Alba Isla tonight? Because it's so close to Halloween for some witchy business. Oh, a little bit of witchy business, eh? Will we get them tonight? I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it. I also wouldn't mind Nikki Cross kind of being around them. I mean, she's weird. I mean, she might not be a witch, but she's still weird. I kind of feel like I could see her gravitating towards them. Or them being intrigued by her. I'd like to see some more from Nikki as well. But yeah, it's a good shout. I mean, this would feel like it should be the show that they should make a presence on. It's the never-ending story, Federation Minds. LS Dub said it's unfortunate that only a few months removed from the draft, it already feels like it's time for another because this current group on Raw is repetitive. Jay said Judgment Day have been doing this for over 18 months now. That's a damn long time for a faction. It's time to move on. Big Time said thoughts on the claim that FS1 number is a preview for when the show moves to USA, that the audience would be cut in half. Well, I think it does decrease, yes. Don't know that it would go that low, though. Don't know that it would go that low. But could it end up doing the same numbers as Raw? I mean, I feel like it could do the same numbers as Raw, but I think if you was to ask people which show is the better show, Raw or SmackDown, I think over the past few years, people would have said SmackDown. And the ratings obviously have been high for SmackDown. We know that like 2 million people have been watching whatever. So it's hard to see that number go from where it is to now go to 1.1 and do worse than Raw. I can't see SmackDown doing worse than Raw. I mean, granted, it's going to depend on who's on the show, isn't it? If they're not going to treat SmackDown like the same big show they've been treating it with Bloodline, Rome, and all that kind of stuff, then maybe the ratings will fall. But yeah, undeniably, I think those ratings are coming down from 2 million. They're coming into the 1 million range. But I would be more inclined to say that they would stay above whatever Raw did, rather than it being like the numbers we saw in FS1. But listen, I don't have access to those projections, and if there is numbers that have been projected in that sort of range, well, then that's something WWE would have to have taken into account, wouldn't they? As we've said before. But I would be surprised if it went to USA and started doing 1.1. I'd be surprised at that. I'd say Raw gives better matches. Gunther, Gable, Ivar, Kofi, Sammy, Drew. Can't say that SmackDown has such strong matches, says Nita Nitro. Coach Co said, Daisy, Paul, table to pick up. The LD Cool is the sequel to go with a Cocoa Chocolate of a P2 cooler, super, cool equality, PCP superpower. Got it down to the ground in heavy dance. Coach Co, hope you well, my friend. It's actually one of Coach Co's more easy to understand messages. There wasn't as many words in there that were just completely fabricated. So appreciate it, Coach Co. Hope you're doing well. Helicard said, I watch SmackDown because it's on Fox. Raw is on a sports channel that I don't have. Yeah, that is definitely going to be the barrier, is that I think in America is Fox's, everyone's got that channel, I believe. So, and I don't know that everyone has USA. So this is where there's going to be a decline, but just basing it on the numbers that Raw's been attracting, you know. Granted, Raw at the moment is doing, what, 1.4 something? 1.4 rate, something like that. It has been normally around the 1.6, 1.7 sort of range. I wouldn't be thinking it being too dissimilar to that. Nice belly to belly, and Ricochet picking up Dirty Dom. Boom. Tell you what, Ricochet, this has got a pace to it, this match. We are not messing around this evening. Lovely work there by Ricochet. Standing shooting star, and he lands on Dirty Dom. Crowd are electric for this, as we're seeing just so much out of Ricochet. He's going through every move he knows. JD is waving a towel at Dirty Dom, who's on the outside of the ring. Ricochet in the ring, going to go against the ropes. Through the ropes, crossbody, down goes Dirty Dom. JD goes over to Ricochet. And we go to commercial break. Serious question for the community, said Dort Knight. In your own personal lives, what story haven't you finished? Maybe you are literally writing a book or trying to get through all the James Bond films. Well, that's really good, that is. That's an excellent question. That's an excellent question. In the US, if you've got basic cable, then you can get USA, says Aaron. Aaron, shout out to you. Mitchell said, who finishes the story first, Cody with Roman or Sammy with Judgment Day? I don't have much confidence that the Sammy Judgment Day story is ever going to end. I think I've just accepted this is life now. This is our lives now. Every Monday now, for the rest of our lives, we will tune in and Sammy will be battling the Judgment Day. We're never getting past this. This is it. This is what wrestling has been working towards. A never-ending story that just keeps going and going and going and going. Only old people still have cable at all, said Will. Boomers. Brandon, shout out to you. Says, please, can you shout me out, Brandon? 8-26. I got you. Noah said, what's your match of the year? Mine is Kenny against Will at Forbidden Door. I think mine might have to be Sammy and Roman. That's that's maybe the match that I have been most engaged with for a long, long time. It's very rare to get a match like that where we've had a build. I mean, if you think about the Bloodline and you think about really since the start of Sami not being accepted by Jay, and then he wasn't getting on TV with Roman, and then Triple H took over and he started getting on TV with Roman, and then we started to get him accepted, but Jay still wasn't accepting him, and you know, we worked all our way up to Survivor Series, and then he finally turns on Kevin at Survivor Series with that low blow. He has a decision to make. He finally lands that low blow. He shows that he's a member of the Bloodline. We keep going with the story, get out all the way to Royal Rumble. He's got to do that again. He's got to prove himself again. And he can't do it. He can't keep doing it. He'll do it as a one-off, but he can't keep doing it. And just that whole story, the whole build, that to me was a big part of the match. Of course it was. This was Sami going for a title in front of that red-hot Montreal crowds. I mean, you could definitely make the argument of there being maybe better in-ring matches, better matches like from a technical point of view. But I think from a build, an excitement level, a crowd reaction level, I mean, that crowd's got to be, I think it is the hottest crowd I've seen this year, the Montreal crowd. And from all those parameters, for me, it's that match. I thought it was an amazing match as well. So much drama. I remember just shouting my head off all throughout it. So I was hooked. I was absolutely hooked. So I'd probably go with that. But like, there's loads in ring wise. There's been loads. I mean, I loved Rhea and Charlotte at WrestleMania. And talking of WrestleMania, I mean, the main event with Sami and Kevin and the Usos, that triple threat match, absolutely incredible as well. I think that there's been, you know, we have been spoilt with some absolutely incredible stuff. I don't think that the Kevin and Ospreay match at Forbidden Door, I don't think that was better than when they met at Wrestle Kingdom. Wrestle Kingdom, I think, would have some shouts as well. But yeah, in regards to like match of the year, that would be where I'd be thinking. What are other people's? We've had a 5-minute break. We came back for 4 minutes, and then we had another 5-minute break, said Paul. There's been more breaks than action. Right, we've got Dominik, who's back in control now, and he slingshots Ricochet over to the ropes. Ricochet is draped over that middle rope. Dominik going against the ropes. 619 misses. Goes for a clothesline. Ricochet bounces over. Back elbow by Ricochet. Ricochet with a back elbow. Dirty Dom is down. Ricochet trying to get back up to his feet. What's the worst match of the year, says Wrestle Andy. Ooh. Now that's interesting. Worst match of the year. That's good. That's good. That's good. I don't really have one that's coming to mind. I'm trying to think if there was one that was just like absolutely atrocious. The one that comes to mind straight away is the Leatherface coming down in AEW. That's the one that's come to my mind first of all. I mean, but does that really count? That what was it? It was to tie in with Halloween, wasn't it? Like, does that really count? Because we knew that was just going to be a load of nonsense. We knew that was going to be a load of rubbish. And it proved to be rubbish. So, I don't know. I because that was nonsense, and we knew it'd be nonsense going into it. Like, is there, like, worse? Is there a match that was like we thought was going to be amazing and then it actually turned out to be absolute garbage? That's a good one, that is. That's where my mind's at the moment, but I'd be interested to know other people's. Alexa Bianca at Mania, said Noah. Rumble. I don't think they faced at Mania, did they? Roll up by Dirty Dom. 1, 2. And he uses the ropes. Dirty Dom cheats. The Texas Chainsaw 5 Nights at Freddy Jason Goes to Hell match, said Dark Angel. Worst match has to be on pay-per-view because you pay for it. Well, not necessarily. But it's a fair point. You could probably... But then do you really... Well, I suppose you do pay for... WWE premium live events, but I mean, it's $9.99, isn't it? Ricochet attacking JD McDonagh. Dominik goes down. Dirty Dom wins, he does. I think Seth against Omos was not great, said George. Just having a look, seeing if I can see a worst match 2023. So it's a win for Dirty Dom. There's a graphic here that said some of these matches from the first half of 2023 are absolute stinkers. I'll show you this graphic at the next commercial break. No, I ain't having that. I ain't having that. There's one match on here I really disagree with. Really disagree with. Okay, we've got a DIY thing now. Look at this. I'll show it you now. So this is from someone's like Reddit thing. Bray against LA Knight. I wouldn't have that on the list, to be honest, because even though the match itself might not be great, I thought that the visuals were quite interesting. I didn't watch it and be bored. So I wouldn't include that personally. Austin Theory, John Cena, I didn't think was a good match. Here's Alpha Academy. We'll come back to that list. So this is going to be the Creeds versus versus Alpha Academy. There's Akira Tozawa making his way down as well. Brock versus Omos is lazy, says Tort Knight. Chad and Otis. Charlotte Asuka was a stinker. Not sure what happened. They were botching and they missed their moves, says Jay. Hawkins Jr., shout out to you. There was a terrible tag battle royal on AEW, if I remember correctly, says Watson. MTV's The Challenge is presenting this next match. Alpha Academy. The Academy, the Creed brothers. The Alpha Academy taking on basically Diamond Mine. Let's flipping go, man. This is definitely one for the fans, isn't it? This is definitely one for if you've been... I don't know. Oh, God, when was that? Do you remember that conversation? Oh, my God. That was like... Was that last week or the week before? That took up pretty much all of the stream. Not going to do that. We're going to look at this. So, yeah, Pitch Black match I wouldn't have in there. Theory and Cena, I think, was underwhelming considering like the hype and yeah, I don't mind that. Jericho, Adam Cole, I don't remember that. Why don't I remember that? Special Enforcer Sabu. Don't even remember it. I don't remember it. Asuka and Charlotte from SmackDown. Yeah, I think that's the one where they were off and some of the timing wasn't great. Elimination Chamber, Bobby and Brock. Yeah, I could agree with that. I don't remember that being anything special. In fact, none of their matches were that special. Was that the one where there was like a bit of a low blow? Got the hurt lock applied and there was like a bit of a low blow. Yeah. Brock and Omos. I think Brock and Omos was better than people expected, to be honest. I don't think that should be on the list. I would say I don't have any problem with these, with the exception of the Pitch Black match, because I don't think anyone really knew what to expect for that. And visually, I thought it was quite fun, different. It's not something that I really have seen with the ultraviolet stuff. So I was like, yeah, I don't mind this. Might not be to everyone's taste, but I think doing something in wrestling that's not offensive and you haven't seen before is quite a feat. So I give it some props for that. Plus also, as we know, it was Bray's last match. And you could say that it really helped bring LA Knight along. So I've got to say there's a lot about the Pitch Black match which I don't have a problem with. So I disagree with that. I disagree with Brock Omos because I think everyone was fearing that was going to be garbage and it turned out to be okay. It wasn't amazing, but it turned out to be okay. Listen, Jamie Hayter, Tony Storm, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong match, but like I don't remember ever seeing them compete and it being rubbish. I don't remember them competing and it being rubbish. In fact, I remember them competing and it being amazing and it being a fantastic match. I don't know if it's that one, but I remember it being a fantastic match. So maybe that one is one where they like rematched or something and it just didn't live up to the first match or something. But I can't remember a bad Tony Storm, Jamie Hayter match. Can't remember a bad one. And then Samoa Joe Wardlow. Don't remember it. Honestly, don't remember it. It's not even in my brain. So I can't really comment on that. But yeah, I'd say that's there's a fair selection there to choose from. But that was the first part of the year. I think there'd be some more. You know, it might look a little different if you used to whittle it down to like an 8 again. I think that Leatherface match would definitely be in there. That's the one that came to my mind. Good question that was, though, Russell Andy. It was a good one. I think the Hayter match was when she went in with the shoulder injury. She got squashed and she dropped the belt, says Mitchell. Don't remember it. I can't remember ever seeing a bad Jamie Hayter Tony Storm match, but maybe I've just erased it from my memory. Right, we are back to the action. Creeds against Alpha Academy. How many pay-per-views of the last 2 years would you enjoy rewatching this week, says Tort Knight. For me, most of the WWE ones. Most of the WWE ones. I think that WWE have been doing a great job with their premium live events. Triple H has been doing really well. I'd say the more recent ones haven't been as great, like Payback and whatever. And Fastlane. I think Payback and Fastlane have probably been a bit of a bad run. But like certainly Rumble, Elimination Chamber, WrestleMania. Backlash was pretty fun, although I wasn't as crazy about it as some others, but there were some really good matches on there. Money in the Bank as well from the UK. That was good. Yeah, I'd say most of WWE's offerings. Right, here's the Creeds. Coming out with Ivy Nile. Got a smile on her face. Brutus. Julius could be a singles breakout star, couldn't he? He really could. Man, if you've never seen the Creeds, you're in for a treat. Creed brothers making their way into the ring. Ivy Nile stepping inside as well. Creed's coming to us from NXT. Gonna need a flipping sandblaster to get that smile off Ivy Nile's face. She's absolutely beaming. This should be a great match. Look at this. Look at this. Imagine this as a singles match. Julius Creed against Chad Gable. Both of these guys down on the ground. Nice roll. Julius going round the back, picking up Chad's. Chad rolling through. Lovely hip toss. Yeah. Not a bad little opening exchange. Handshake there between Chad and Julius. They're locking up again. Side headlock there by Chad. Takes the legs away. Such a fantastic matchup. I'd love to see these two one-on-one. Julius definitely feels like someone that could potentially go on to be a breakout star like Brett, like Sean, you know, coming in a tag team, but then eventually breaking out and going off on his own. Brutus. Brutus, the powerhouse. Boom. Again, look at the smile on Ivy's face. Cody Brock at SummerSlam was good, and the worst match was MJF Adam Cole at All in London. That was embarrassing, said Kian. Oh yeah, I didn't like. Yeah, that's a good shout actually. I think you'd be in the minority on that, but I wouldn't disagree. Well, I don't know if I'd disagree it being like the worst, but there was too much nonsense in it. Rather than them just having a banging match, there was too much like, oh, the referee's down. Are they going to turn on each other? Oh, he's going to do it now. Oh, there was too much. That story, which I don't even care about. I don't care if they're friends. I don't care if they turn on each other. That definitely got in the way of what should have just been a really banging, really great match. But a lot of people feel different. A lot of people feel that it was, love that story, do care if they're friends or not, and thought that it was a good main event. I think that's a really interesting one. That is, it's a real interesting one because it's the main event of the biggest show, and I agree. I wasn't keen. So, Alpha Academy in control. Yeah, if you take into account that you had to pay for that show, and you take into account that it's the hype of that show, the biggest show, the biggest, most paid crowd, and you take into account the fact that it was the main event, everything was building towards that. That's what closed the show. Like, if you take all of those things into account, then if you really didn't enjoy it, you didn't think it was very good, like it. I mean, for me, CM Punk Samoa Joe was so much better. I so much more enjoyed that match than the main event match. Then, yeah. You probably have got an argument there, but it feels a bit harsh as well because I think there was definitely worse matches. But they weren't the main event of the biggest show of the year. Arguably, they weren't the match that closed things out. Wrestler Andy said Shane against The Miz at WrestleMania. No, that's the best match. What are you on about? That's the greatest moment in WWE history. In no way is that the worst. That I wouldn't change a single thing about that match. Not a single thing. I mean, the fact that it started off as Shane and Miz and ended up with Snoop Dogg winning, I can definitely agree that we've gone against convention there. I agree we haven't taken the normal storytelling path. But I'm not even joking. That might be my favorite moment of the year. And I'm not lying. I promise. When it comes to favorite moments of the year, Shane McMahon coming down to have an impromptu match with The Miz. And who gives a flip about Shane McMahon in 2023? Right? Him coming down just for his own vanity. And then doing his quads, just like his dad did at the Rumble all those years ago. Doing his quads and watching cameramen, the referee, all these surrounding participants having to communicate messages from the back so that they could save the segment was fascinating, hilarious, clearly unexpected, satisfying when it was over because I felt like I'd really seen a moment. It was one of those where it's like sometimes you can tune into a show, and maybe not so much a WrestleMania, but sometimes you can tune into a show and go, am I going to get something from this? Is this going to be worth my time? And that one moment alone goes down in folklore. We'll be telling our grandkids, will be telling their grandkids about that moment. It's the best. It's the best. I will not have that on any worse lists. Not on my watch. Serious question. Why are we not seeing changes we are hopeful for Endeavor's acquisition? Do we see changes? We do not. What changes do you want to see, buds? I mean, I wasn't expecting there to be any changes because Triple H is in charge of creative and he's still in charge of creative. Kevin Dunn's in charge of production and he's still in charge of production. So I wasn't expecting anything to change. Really, what has changed is that the strategic direction of the company, you may see changes. So, for example, we're looking to do a show in Berlin. It's unusual, isn't it? There's talk of doing a show in Paris. It's unusual, isn't it? There's your changes. This match is being brought to you by MTV's The Challenge. Maybe not too unusual, but a random Raw match being brought to you by something. You know, it could be a case that every match gets brought to you eventually by something. Otis double clothesline. So, yeah, I wasn't really expecting any changes, to be honest. But not on the show, but like where the shows are going to be held, sponsors, advertisers. That's what I was expecting changes with. What was you expecting, William? In talent or more realism, botches look worse now. Please retire the super kick. The tone of the show, I wasn't expecting that to change. The people that have took over don't know wrestling. They don't know professional wrestling. They just know that it's a business that has got a dedicated fan base, is a live product which fits into their portfolio, does have some crossover with UFC. And that's what they're interested in. I don't think they were interested in going, yeah, let's bring this in and make it more realistic or something. And no sign of the super kick being retired, unfortunately. Julius spills to the outsides. It leaves Otis in the ring with Brutus. This is good, isn't it? Otis and Brutus. Two hosses. We got a hoss fight. These two colliding into each other. And again. Another clothesline there by Brutus. Roll through by Brutus. He goes onto that middle rope. Crossbody gets caught by Otis. Oh, planted by Otis. 1, 2. Oh, Julius makes the save. And a moonsault by Chads. Bodies everywhere. Maxine is shocked. Ivy is shocked. Akira Tozawa is shocked. Although I'm not convinced Akira Tozawa knows where he is anyway. Amazing. Beautiful moonsault by Chad. We got Maxine on the edge of the ring. Ivy's come round. Mess her up, Ivy! Mess her up! Maxine pulling Ivy down. Akira's trying to separate the women. Ivy, German suplex to Akira. Out the ring goes Chads. Akira gets German suplexed. Big clothesline there by Otis. Brutus is down. Otis is climbing up. Julius attacking from behind. Who's on the other side? Is that Ivy? Oh, Ivy. Oh! A Brutus ball. 1, 2, 3. Creeds beat Alpha Academy. Wow. The Creed brothers beat Alpha Academy. What if all these team up? What if this is the start of like a new faction, a babyface faction? Otis, Julius. There's got to be some real respect shown. So Diamond Mine and Alpha Academy collide, and it's the Creeds that emerge victorious. Chad and Otis holding up their hands. Fun match that was. Fun match. Wade Barrett said, I can't wait to see the Creeds again on Raw or on SmackDown. Does that mean he doesn't watch NXT? What a way to introduce yourselves. Brutus Ball! I didn't like Otis and Bronson monsters in the beginning. They need height, but now I love it. It looked amazing, and Otis went over, says William. Mitchell said, I absolutely love that. Harif said, I'm lost for words. Wow, debut on Raw and a win. Carter Simon said, Alpha Creeds. Alpha Creeds. I don't mind that at all. Alpha Creeds. Bora said, you said right before WrestleMania that Roman would lose and he retained. What do you think are the chances of Roman keeping it past WrestleMania 40? Depends who he faces. I mean, I believe Cody to be the one. So he faced Cody at WrestleMania, and I felt that Cody was going to be the one and that he would finish his story and he would win. They had him go that little longer. They put an obstacle in Cody's way. If it's going to be Cody and Roman at WrestleMania 40, then I expect it to be Cody again. I do think Cody's the one. Here's New Day dressed as Judgment Day. It's got a little Money in the Bank. Oh. Dirty Dom bumps into Xavier, who was dressed as Dom. That's pretty fun. Kofi dressed as Damien. If the entire Judgment Day had been out there, Ricochet would pay for what he's done. Damien. I've got a lot to focus on. I might cash in at Crown Jewel. Maybe on Seth, maybe on Drew, maybe on Roman. Or maybe I give LA Knight the shortest championship reign of all time. We're all meant to be equal. Did I miss a meeting where we now decide matches for each other? Rhea says there's no leaders. We've been through this. You're the punishment? Let's make tonight. We run this place. That's it. They're getting back on the same page now. A little bit of drama there, weren't there? Smile on the face of Damien is... You can tell he's still not... Right, I think... Is this going to be Gunther on Miz TV? Let's go. Mummy wanted to laugh, says A. Jobson. Judgment Day has been one of the best ever, said Jason. Brandon said, so far, this show is a joke. I love how she said punishment, as in Punishment Martinez. That's legit, says Kevin. Legend Killer said, The Miz. Is JD McDonagh a member now? I don't think they have they? JD put his hand in and it kept getting knocked away. Oh, I didn't see that. Vince is the higher power of the Judgment Day, said James. Oh, is this fact of the week? The Miz is a two-time MTV The Challenge champion. He is also the first ever two-time Grand Slam champion in WWE history. Well, there we go. Gunther, the Ring General. I'm glad the Creeds one said Hackett. Yeah, great. Great. Really, really good stuff. Really enjoyable match. And to be honest, only a glimpse of what they can do. I think it was a action-packed, fast-paced match. But they are capable of... I don't know that there was much drama in that match. There was action in that match, but I don't know there was much drama in that match. They are capable of really building up like tension and drama, and they're a great tag team. They're going to be a great addition wherever they go. That's the really exciting thing about NXT. A healthy NXT is a healthy WWE. Because if you've got a healthy NXT, that must mean that you've got some real talent. And it must mean that you've got some real prospects. And that must mean that your main roster, if needed, whenever, you can just dip down and need something for your tag division? No problem. Creed Brothers. Need something for your women's division? No problem. Take a Lyra Valkyria. Need something for your men's division? What can I serve you, sir? Would you like a little bit of Bron Breakker? A little bit of Ilya Dragunov? Eh? Would you like a Von Wagner, maybe? There's lots of Carmelo, Trick Williams, you know? There's plenty of talent down in NXT. So NXT doing like really strong numbers and being seen as a really strong brand just means that the future of WWE is looking very healthy. Obviously, we've got a few bumps, things that we need to sort. Do you know, I do wonder, though, I mean, in this day and age where TV ratings are on the decline, you know, there's more people in the world than ever. And there's easy access to whatever it is that you want to watch. So we know that it's a challenge to get attention in this world because everyone's after it. So it's... You know, it's hard to gauge how big wrestling is compared to where it was. It doesn't feel maybe that it's as big as it was. I mean, you look at like WWE's social media numbers. You look at the fact they've got one of the biggest YouTube channels, one of the biggest Twitter accounts, one of the biggest TikTok accounts. You look at how engaged countries around the world are. You look at some of the stuff coming out of it, the numbers coming out of India, and how many people are watching in India. You look at, we're now doing a show in Germany, which must suggest that there's something good happening in Germany for us to even go there. Paris, we're looking to go to Paris. We're doing a show in Australia. You know, they're now doing so, you know, back in the day, judging like how hot a product is by the US TV rating is like one of the indicators, whereas we live in a global world now. We live in a global world. So I don't know. I don't know how hot wrestling is, but I don't think it's in bad health. Let's put it that way. I don't think it's in a bad state. So, yeah, I think WWE are looking quite pretty, and having a healthy NXT is only a positive thing. Here's Nia, everyone's favorite. The crown jewel. I'm going to show the world why I'm the most dominant woman on Raw. Mitchell said, don't forget Undertaker, Cena, and Cody. They're the newest NXT names ready to be called up. Good shout. Really good shout. It's very exciting, actually, to see the Undertaker, NXT superstar. You might have seen him on NXT a few weeks ago. He was with Vince in Saudi Arabia, so they clearly see big things with him. Over in Saudi Arabia as part of that Tyson Fury and Ngannou fight. It's a good point, Mitchell. It's an excellent point. Right, here is The Miz. Miz TV. Miz TV. Halloween special edition. What does that mean? I'll tell you. There's a table with 3 pumpkins on it. There we go. Halloween special edition. What's special about it? The pumpkins. 3 of them. Is The Miz in a costume? No. Have we decorated the ring? No. Are we doing any fun segments? No. Have we got pumpkins? 3. Here's Gunther. It's his first time. I announce your name, you come out. The Ring General, Gunther! I mean, in all fairness, if they're not going to play his music, why should he walk out? I would actually argue that it's production that are messing up, not Gunther. Here is Imperium. I hate to break it to you, Miz. The Ring General is not going to just walk down here just because you introduce him. Sort of how it works. Miz putting guys over week after week, said Kevin. What if JD's the leader of Judgment Day? How many fans would decline from their fan base on social media? I don't know, but the Funko Pop sales would increase. Hashtag justice for Trick. Oh man, there's a dude in the crowd that's dressed as Macho Man. You're a clown, Miz. You're nothing but a clown. I've been a lot of things, and I've done a lot of things, but I've never been another man's sidekick. Oof. Weren't you your wife's sidekick? He talks! Give a round of applause. He said something. They're giving Giovanni a round of applause because he spoke. It's Ms. and Mrs. and you wish you could be yelled at as someone as hot as my wife. You're allowing him to talk. I thought you was in charge. You talk. He's been told off. Giovanni said I talk when I want to talk. But Ludwig said you'll talk when the Ring General wants you to talk. And that's actually going to bring out the Ring General, isn't it? Gunter making his way down. The Ring General. I wish they would change his music, you know. It's not that it doesn't suit. It just doesn't feel epic enough. Gunter. Dum, 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 dum. You know, it's not like Brock's is bum. Bum, 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 bum. You know what I mean? You feel like something's happening, someone's coming, like bum, 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 bum. Gunter's is Gunter, bum, 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 bum. I could imagine someone doing ballet to it. I'm not your guest, says Gunter the Ring General. I need to make two things clear. First of all, it's the year 2023. The ring's sacred. Everything you do here is beneath me. You're beneath me. I do not respect you. Oh, well, this has gone wrong, and that's a way to break the ice. I interviewed an invisible John Cena that was more entertaining than you. Whether it's movies, TV, or in this ring, I'm the biggest star WWE has. He can't believe that. Once the bell rings. Oof. When the bell rings, it doesn't matter how entertaining you are. It's all about how good of a wrestler you are. This is why you're a talk show host and I'm the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion of all time. Miz talks about being serious when he beat Randy, when he beat John. I was very serious when I made that title on your shoulder the most prestigious title in all of WWE. I don't think he's ever had that title. He's had the Intercontinental, but I don't think he's had that one. Doesn't Miz have the most IC title reigns? I believe he does. Gunther's laughing at him. I love everything about Gunther as a wrestler, says Mrs. Armour Forever Firefly. I just like his style. No frills, no nonsense. Straight fire. Didn't Becky used to scream that? Straight fire! Let's create a Miss TV moment that they'll never forget. Let's go. Are they going to kiss? They're going to kiss. Oh, he's picking up a pumpkin. He's got a pumpkin. He broke the pumpkin. Is that a Miz TV moment we'll never forget? Do you remember when they broke the pumpkin? One of the 3 pumpkins. Ludwig throws the chair out the ring. Giovanni goes out the ring. Chopped by Gunther. This goes down. Who do you think you are? You are not in my league. Ooh. Ramblin' Ram said, I knew it. WWE just couldn't help themselves with those pumpkins. Big boot by Gunther. What is happening, says William. Miz is turning face and he's going to join DIY. And then they're going to take on Imperium. That wouldn't be a bad feud, would it? Face Miz. Here's DIY, look. Don't mind this theme song of theirs. Don't mind that theme song, you know. All right. It's got a nice, like, feels quite big, quite... You could imagine it at WrestleMania. So, on the one side, you've got Tommaso Ciampa's logo. On the other side, you've got Johnny Gargano's. In the middle, it says DIY, and they kind of walk out through the middle, of course. Theme is quite big. I didn't mind it. I didn't mind it. Didn't mind it. The song's cool, said Mitchell. It's an interesting song, said Mr. Dell Jr. It's no Chrome Hearts, but it'll do, said Jadam. Miz is climbing back up my favourite list, says A. Jobson. Miz got squashed, and it wasn't by Nia, said Smurfy Tunes. Johnny did tell us it was coming, said Miss Sama. I thought Miz paid to fix up his house with all his DIY. Well, DIY making their way down to the ring. It's going to be DIY against Imperium. DIY versus Imperium. Someone think of the pumpkins. Well, do you know what? Mixed bag, isn't it, really? First hour. I actually didn't mind Miz TV. I don't mind looking at a face Miz. I don't mind giving it a go. I do not want to see him join DIY, but him working alongside them to go up against Gunther and Imperium, yeah, I'm into that. I don't have a problem with that. The Judgment Day stuff, God, it's so hard to care. Sammy was fired up at the start. That was good. The first match of Dominik and Ricochet was, you know, it was fast-paced. They were giving it a go, but it was what it was. I mean, it didn't really do much for me. Dominik cheats to get the win. It was what it was. But the tag match with Creeds and Alpha Academy, that was good. Really enjoyed that. A bit similar, I suppose. Just like loads of action and whatever, but because of it being the Creeds and this being their debut and just the excitement of seeing Diamond Mine and Creeds go up against Alpha Academy, you know, we've said before, like, could you see Diamond Mine against Alpha Academy, or could Creeds join Alpha Academy if they come up? You know, it's something we spoke about on NXT in our NXT watch-alongs every Tuesday. Join us. So we've spoke about that before, and so to see it was really exciting. Certainly more exciting than Ricochet against Dirty Dom. So I would say that it's been a bit of a mixed bag. Some stuff that's been a bit boring. Some stuff that's been... I don't think there's been anything that's been outright bad. But, I mean, how much Judgment Day can you take? You know? And maybe if it was Judgment Day doing some different stuff, you'd be, like, into it, you know? If they were feuding with, like, the Hurt Business or something, then you'd be like, okay... But again, it's just more the same, innit? But then that match was good. Miss TV was good. So, mixed bag. Yeah. Certainly worth a watch, I would say. I'm not sat here struggling to, you know, get through the show. Worth a watch. Let's see what this second hour is going to bring. We're already 11 minutes into it. It means we're 19 minutes away from halftime scores, so... Start thinking about your halftime scores. Officer Clusternut said they're going to have to do more to make me like The Miz. I just find him too irritating and boring. Q, the Illuminati Light Night King, said all she needs for Halloween is a mo on her nose. WWE holding its first premium live event in Germany. Bash in Berlin. The German fans have been waiting for this for all their lives. August 2024. The Mercedes-Benz Arena. Looks nice, actually, doesn't it? Bash in Berlin. Here's Miz. I have never been so disrespected. Are you sure? Are you going to let them do that? You want some match with Gunther? We all know your credentials, but I can't just give you a championship match. But I can give you an opportunity to earn one. Bronson. Big Bronson Reed. I'm the one that's taken the title off of him. A lot of people want to get their hands on Gunther. The Ring General. Okay, DIY against Imperium. DIY first formed in 2015. Get caught on the shoulders of Giovanni. Duck underneath. Heads. Wow, lovely work. Great work by Johnny. Nice new ring gear as well for DIY. Tommaso looking quite sharp. Nice. Stomp coming in there by Tommaso. Drop kick there by Johnny. DIY Imperium. I like Bronson. I like Bronson as well, yeah. I like Bronson. Everyone's tough till they're staring at Bronson Reed, said Flyboy. Jericho is the one with the most IC reigns by 1. Miz is chasing after all this time. 1 behind. WWE AEW fan said, I will have to miss the last hour and I won't be able to watch it till Wednesday. Jim said, did Cole forget that DIY had been on Raw before, that then Ciampa got injured? Probably not referring to it, are they? Shot coming in there by Ludwig. Flyboy said, Gargano is one of those guys in WWE, to me, he's got great athleticism. Brandon said, Days, you remind me of Brad Pitt. Who's that guy? I'm trying to think of his name and I can't think of his name. Who was Ken in Barbie? Let's go. Pats on the back for DIY. Ryan Gosling. That's it. Lone Star Friend, thank you. Thank you, Lone Star Friend. Yeah. Oh, Jim sees it as well. Thank you. Yeah. People, Ryan Gosling. Yeah, Mitchell, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate it. Very kind. We've got a very kind community. That's enough people that I look like, though. Let's get back to the action. I thought we were going to commercial break there. Normally, the pat on the back takes us to commercial, but we haven't. There was a little bit more time to kill. Do you think? I wonder if they made a slight mistake. I wonder if they went to that a bit too soon. Because we normally use that to go to commercial, but then we just had to go a little bit longer. Have you seen Barbie, says Jim. Your personality should audition for Hollywood, says Wilfredo. Maybe Hollywood should audition for me. Yeah, did you think about that? Commercial break. I mean, you should see me in that bra thing. Brandon said, you remind me of Tommaso Ciampa a little bit in a good way. Is that good? Is that good? I mean, I don't know that Tommaso Ciampa is a heartthrob. We'll just agree on Ryan Gosling. What's the best movie you've seen this year? I'm trying to think if I've watched a movie this year. I don't think I have. I don't think I've watched a movie this year. I think genuinely I haven't watched a single movie this year. That's depressing, to be honest. That's depressing. I'm not a documentary this year. I don't think I've watched anything. I just spend my life just working on videos and working on the channel and doing bits and bobs. So, like working on graphics and things like that. Yeah. King Yeti said, Miz has to break the walls down to become one in the IC champ race. Break the walls down. John said, Talk to Me is a good horror film. Flyboy said, I feel you. Sport takes priority over movies for me. And there's so much sport. Yeah, I know. True. Very true. I mean, I've seen loads of cricket. You know, I watched loads of England in the cricket. I've watched a bit of football, of course, with like England's and a bit of Man United. But I mean, to be honest, I don't even get to watch them that much. Find out scores more than I watch matches. So yeah, I don't know, just time in it. I watch a lot of the network as well, which is I think a good thing. I watch a lot of the network, go back watching shows and doing bits on the network. So I've seen like quite a bit of wrestling. I mean, not only the stuff we watch together, but like I go back and watch, like I watched that Superfan documentary the other day, which was brilliant. But I don't know that that would class as a film because it's only 39 minutes long. There ain't too many films that are clocking in at 39 minutes. But Yeah, sports definitely is something which I enjoy. Obviously, a load of boxing and UFC and stuff like that as well. So yeah, movies don't really. I just don't get a chance to watch them. Are you feeling juicy? Oh, I'm feeling juicy, buds. Yeah, I'm feeling juicy. Definitely up for him coming in. That was a good conversation yesterday. Big shout out to anyone that joined us on the Sunday stream. We was looking at Juicy Uzi, who could be coming into WWE. I honestly haven't heard what the plans are. I only found out about him yesterday. Inzaguri kick there by Johnny, but Ludwig pulls Tommaso off the edge of the ring. So tag wasn't made. Johnny goes up on the shoulders, backbreaker. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Giovanni Vinci was in control against Johnny. We got 9 minutes to go. William said, I would say I was not here on Sunday, but I'm always here. Jim said, I thought he was Jacob Fatu when you showed the picture. Busty Porcupine Maniac is a great movie, said Miss Clown. Okay. Johnny Wrestling is up. Wow, great DDT there by Johnny Wrestling. Michael said, what have I missed so far? Not much. I mean, we've seen Creeds against Alpha Academy, and that was a good match. Creed's winning. We've seen Dirty Dom against Ricochet with Dirty Dom cheating his way to victory. Now we've got DIY against Imperium. Tommaso's been tagged in and he's going mental. Gets the rope stuck underneath. And double clothesline. Down go Imperium. They go crashing down. Tommaso has got Ludwig down and some big shots raining in. Tommaso going around the back looking for a bad camera angle there. Went for a shot, but it was a bad camera angle. Goes for the pin. 2. Shoulder up, kick out. That was nice, said Harith. Lonnie said, this is a bit boring. I think it's hard because we've already had one banging tag match. So it's really hard to then follow it up with another tag match. Shots coming back. Back in the corner, up on the shoulders. Lovely little Death Valley driver there. 1, 2. And Johnny makes the save. Crowds are a little bit subdued for this. Kick coming in there by Johnny. Kick by Ludwig. Roll up by Tommaso. 2. Ludwig getting up to his feet. Oh, God, these camera angles. Keep showing them side on, and you keep seeing these shots and these kicks just being that little bit short. If the camera was from behind, they would look so much better. Instead, we're really botching some of these camera angles. Kaiser comes off the ropes. He gets caught by Johnny. 1, 2. Reversed by Giovanni. Ciampa coming over. Big chop there by Giovanni. Kick to the midsection. Uppercut coming in by Giovanni. Sign in the crowd said wrestling is great. Oh, big moonsault. Knee by Tommaso. Tag being made. DIY. Trying to get the crowd fired up. Beginning of the end. Vintage DIY. Boom, connects. Going for the cover. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Oh, Trinidad guy's there, you know. And he just spotted him. God bless that guy. Love that guy. Trinidad flag guy. Greater than green shirt guy. It's fact. It's fact. Trinidad flag guy always shows so much more passion than green shirt guy. Green shirt guy just sits there. occasionally leans over the barrier or applauds or whatever, but you get so much more passion from Trinidad Flag Guy. And where's Green Shirt Guy? Is he on a random go-home episode of Raw? Just shows up for the big shows, doesn't he? Hey, not Trinidad Flag Guy. Trinidad Flag Guy's there, isn't he? Can't argue it. Here's Shinsuke. I'm still looking for the next sacrifice. Go after Green Shirt Guy. Where are you? Do you want me to choose you, or will you choose me? Go ahead. Step forward. Awaken me. What are you afraid of? Poke the lion. That is what a strong, brave hero does. Do it. Show yourself. I am waiting. Good, isn't it? It's good. It's so good. Simple. Perfect. We've tried him being interviewed backstage. It just doesn't work. Those kind of like, you know, where you can put some music in the background and he can cut the promo that he wants to cut. Much better. Much better way of presenting him. Here is Candice. I would like to see Big E return and take the IC title off Gunther, said Justin. A stupid person does that if they want a lion to destroy them. It's a good point, Miss Clown. Here is Candice LeRae. Candice LeRae. Is that now? Yeah, the Poison Pixie. Candice versus Xia Li is our next match. Is Indy Hartwell making her way out? Thumbs up there by Indy. The Poison Pixie making her way down to the ring. This match is brought to us by The Challenge as well. Did he call her Candice Michelle? I didn't hear. He did just say getting old is a terrible thing, so there's a good chance he did do a little bit of a botchy botch. Okay, we are going to, guess what? Commercial break. We've got Candice against Xia Li coming up, though. Advert for WWE Shop. Tonight only, save up to 35%. Woo. Serious savings at WWE Shop. She needs to be a heel if she's going to be the Poison Pixie, said A. Jobson. Why would Indy Hartwell go back to NXT, said Sean. Officer Clusternut said they need to do something with Indy. They've brought her up and they're not doing anything with her. They do need to do something with her. She did have an injury, though. She had an injury at the end of her time in NXT. So when they brought her up, she actually wasn't ready. She had to just sort that out, which was a real inconvenience. I think she's been injury-free for a little while, but obviously we've got to find a story for her now. We should be able to do that. I'm not making any excuses. I agree, we do definitely need to find something for her. Yes, you're right. Halftime score. scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Okay, here we go. Harif, 6.5. Seth freaking Rollins, 6. Christopher, 5. Danny D, 4.5. Hang on, just jumped off screen. Greg with an 8. Q, the Illuminati. Light Night King, 6.2. Can't Stop, Won't Stop, 7. Dalwin Jones, 7. Carl with a 7.33. Erase Your Mind with a 5.75. Sunny Wolf says, I love beavers. I have heard that about you. Kim said, Dexter Loomis and Apollo Crews are both missing. We found Johnny, so now someone needs to find the other 2. Damien Carty says 7. Matt said 6. Ronnie said 6.25. King Yeti 1 said 6.5. Ray says 7. The People's Wrestling Channel said no Reigns, so it's a 5. Anthony says 10. Sonny says 5. Darwin said 7. Brony said, I don't get why they call people up if they don't have creative plans for them. I'm at 5, says William. Officer Clusternut said 6.5. Aaron said 6.9. Jordan said 4.25. Jeff said 7. Darwin said 7. Big Time said 7. Fun show. Stuttering Steves says 6. Chris said solid show, 7.25. Miss Clown said 6.5. Ronnie said 6.25. Shaquem said 6.25. Legend said 7. Legend 72 said 7. Charles said 8.3. Brian with a 7. Keaton, Andrew, Lloyd with a 6. Q, the Illuminati, Light Night King said release the beavers. Let's go. Release the beavers. Get the beavers out there. Anthony with a 10. LS Dub said 7. Solids. George Vlog said I missed the last 30 minutes. Anything eventful? DIY just beats Imperium, but really outside of that, not really. Has it been in the past half an hour, the Gunther Miz stuff? Probably was, wasn't it? Probably was. Yeah, it looks like Miz and Gunther are going to be on a collision course. Here comes Xia Li then. Xia Li making her way down. Haven't seen this entrance in a while. Xia Li. We've joked about this before, like when she does this performance. Whoa. Whoa. If you're in the front row, you would be like... They're serious weapons, aren't they? I've never seen them before. Xia was someone I thought would make big waves when she arrived, said Wade Barrett. But it's not happened. Yeah, is it her fault? Is it her fault? Indy Hartwell on the outside. Candice staring at Xia. Candice LeRae against Xia Li. Then 2 women that are struggling to get used on TV. Being put in a match, being used as Candice unloads on Xia. Candice charging over, collides into Xia, takes Xia over. Candice, boom, lovely work. Rollins, Xia over 1. Just a 1. Xia Li can make all the waves she wants on my lap, said William. Let's go. Would you rather fight a 12-foot beaver or a 1-foot T-Rex? Probably a 1-foot T-Rex. Yeah, 12-foot beaver. I mean, it's in their teeth. Could you imagine that? Nah. 1-foot T-Rex. Roy Keane is a legend. Doesn't Shin have someone to beat in order to call them a sacrifice? I love the promos, but he needs wins to cut promos like that. Don't know. That doesn't. I get your point, but I think he has pushed the world champion to his absolute limit. I mean, he was just a whisper away from getting that title. So the fact that he can feel confident against pretty much anyone on the roster, I don't know. Candice is down. What's going on? Candice getting back up. She's a bit wobbly. I mean, clearly this is part of the story. Xia is going over. The referee is saying, leave her to it. Candice trying to get back up. We've got a situation. The match has been called. We've got ref stoppage. Yes! Ref stoppage. Love a good ref stoppage. Here is your winner, Xia Li. Yeah, Xia Li. She messed that boomer up. Candice LeBoomer is down. She had a bell rung. Now she's calling for help. Jesus. Good job this isn't real. She stopped the match. We waited half an hour and then she's gone, you know what? I probably should get the medics. Guys, come down. Come down. We've got a dizzy boomer. We've got a dizzy boomer. Mitchell says robbery. Robbery. And the crowd go mild. Crowd are not having it, man. Crowd don't give an absolute flip about this. Such as I like Candice. I like India. I like them when they were in the way. But we haven't given them much reason to care for that at all, have we? Here's Sammy and Jay. Early stoppage, said wrestle with Andy. That was weird, said Brandon. Isn't Xia Li older, said Scottish Nightmare. Don't know. If you're over the age of 19, you're a boomer. Okay. Jackie has come in. She wants a word with Jay. I want to talk to you about the Judgment Day. Jay starts laughing. Sammy is going to handle business tonight. Cody Rhodes. He's going to handle business at Crown Jewel. Oh, yeah. Maybe me and Cody can get those tag titles. No! 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 Yeets! Yeets! No! Tomorrow night. Tomorrow night. Halloween Havoc. Ilya Dragunov. Carmelo Hayes. The NXT Championship. It's got to be Ilya, innit? It's got to be Ilya. Days Wrestling, what's your favourite WCW pay-per-view name? I've always liked Bash at the Beach. Always liked Bash at the Beach. WWE never did any or had anything like that. So, be at the B. Commercial break. We are at commercial break. We might have just seen the worst match of the year, said Mitchell. It was not a doozy. Spin the wheel, make the deal, said Mike. Dortnight said, I need someone to smack me about a bit. I'm getting tired. Don't hold back. I honestly think there will be a queue. I think there will be a healthy number of people that will be willing to do that for you. It can definitely be arranged, Dortnight. It can definitely be arranged. Jey Uso needs to win the tag titles with Sammy, not Cody, said Wilfredo. Dad Stuff said, I think we're getting Xia the win to set her up as Lyra's first big feuds. Paul said, can someone answer me and tell me, are we halfway through the show? Yes. Big Time said, Carmelo versus Dragunov. I know the excitement levels aren't there because we've seen it. It's their third match and they are tied apiece. Wrestle Andy said, Days, when will Jade debut? It's like via Mahal territory. Well, we're getting closer because she was actually in the building watching the match on NXT. And we haven't been seeing her on like Raw and SmackDown as much now. So I don't know. Is she going to land in NXT? I'm starting to think that's where she's going. I mean, she has been spotted in NXT. She was on the TV, blah, blah, blah. You know, she was watching in the arena. She was in the Performance Center for Becky versus Lyra. So, could we see her tomorrow? Could she make her presence felt? The only problem is, if she's going to go after the NXT Women's title, she's winning it. It's going to suck for Lyra, isn't it? Considering she's only just got it. Xia Li turning down a shot at the NXT Championship was absolutely stupid. Wrestlers turning down championship opportunities makes no sense. I'm heading to bed. I'm tired. WWE AEW fan, shout out to you. I hope Roman loses his championship clean. Bloodline match, as clean as a bloodline match can get, says Hippie Jedi. Maybe get a show in still. HR plus left. Huh? Right, Days. Monty Python argument. What? 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 What Monty Python argument? What will happen first? Jay debut JD McDonagh to Judgment Day. That's tricky, Nick, because I don't know if JD's ever actually going to join. I mean, we know that Jade will debut at some point, but there's no guarantee that JD will ever actually be accepted into the Judgment Day. So for that reason alone, I'll say Jade debut. We're having a look at Shayna Baszler. Shayna Baszler. It sounds worse than it feels. Bend over, let Mammy make it all better. I'm sorry, what? I feel like the conversation has got like a few different conversations going on rather than what's happening on the show. And I don't think any of them necessarily make sense. Oh, hello. Oh, look at this. We got Tommaso, we got Caden. Was Katana and Caden, why are they there? There's Johnny is concerned. I can tell you firsthand, we have the best medical staff in the world, said Wade Barrett. So we're just seeing Candice with an ice pack on her neck. Hippie Jedi, shout out to you. Dark Angel said Jade has a match. JD joins Judgment Day. Roman loses title or Seth loses title. Here's Drew at the Performance Center. So is this Drew going back to the place where he won the title? Drew back. Was the sacrifice worth it? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't angry. I had been named the chosen one. I got fired 2014. I took my second chance. After giving everything to this industry, I won the Royal Rumble. It's mental, innit? It is so mental. He wins the Rumble. 2020. There was going to be a stadium full of people screaming my name. I slayed the beast. It's a weird match that was as well, wasn't it? And then everything changed. Well, everything changed before you slayed the beast. Things are getting all screwed up. Yeah, do you remember that? He was in Scotland, weren't he, when they got that message? Because do you remember he was filming those little vignette things of him in the Scottish mountains in the Highlands. And they said, like, you need to get back because, like, we think that the countries are going to get, like, the country's going to be shut down and everything. This is great. It's brilliant. I defended my title against the very best. I put my body through hell to be a champ. He was brilliant during the pandemic, weren't he? Brilliant. He was absolutely one of their MVPs. Clash at the Castle. Everything aligned. $60,000 screaming me on, and in the end, it was a big sing-song. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. I won't forget the bloodline. I can't erase the past. Three years later, it was proven that nothing needed to be shut down, said Jim. Purple light might be implying something, says Eddie. John says, how would WWE book a heel Xia Li? I think we're seeing it. Travis said he needs a therapist. He needs a therapist. At Crown Jewel, I will be his last. Great. Really, really good. Really, really good. Miss Simon said, Drew, you sound like a punk babe. Get over it. We have got a very harsh community. I'm sat here feeling very sorry for him. Finally gets to the top. He was the chosen one. He finally gets there, and there's no one there to witness it apart from people at home just clapping in their own living rooms. That is frustrating. I can understand the pain. And you lot are like, get over it, boomer. Ah, crying are you, boomer. Here's Seth. Burn it down. We do find that. I mean, I do find that when we do these streams, I am quite often the caring, considerate, thoughtful person in the community. And there's a lot of people in the chat that are very negative. A lot of people in the chat that are very... don't know, they're just they don't like seeing people exposing themselves, or who does? Who does? That was Drew opening up there, sharing some of his vulnerabilities, sharing some of his true feelings. No sympathy being shown whatsoever, eh? Mrs. Armour, forever, Firefly. Not pointing fingers. Just saying. I do very much see myself as like the grandmother of this community. Hello, SmackDown. This week SmackDown's taped. LA Knight, Roman Reigns. Main events crown jewel for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship. Riyadh. WWE Crown Jewel. Special start time of 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern. When would the kickoff show start? When are we starting? We're going to be starting early, baby. I can tell you that much. LA Knight is so awesome. He needs a push. He is so over, said Sir Wilfredo. Couldn't even say your name. Days is like the parent taking care of that Harif. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just saying that there's a lot of negativity in the community, and sometimes we need to show a little bit of sympathy. And, you know, some people maybe aren't capable of that, but I'm here just to try and balance things. So I very much see myself as the shining light of positivity, sympathy, anything good in the world. I think I represent. Some of you could learn a lesson. Yeah. Not pointing fingers. Firefly. Yeah. Wrestle with Andy said, do you think Drew will retire as the GOAT of UK wrestling? Is the only one to win a WWE title? Is he bigger than the British Bulldog? Poll. It's time for a poll. It's time for a poll. Who is the GOAT of British wrestling? Who do we put in this as well, by the way? Because, like, you could definitely make an argument for Billy Robinson. But I don't think he's winning a poll on a Raw stream. Could you make an argument for Big Daddy? William Regal. I'll put him, but is Regal bigger than British Bulldog? Big Daddy was the Hogan of his time. Grado. Jack the Ripper. Gorgeous George. Gorgeous George wasn't. The old Gorgeous George. The 50s Gorgeous George. You mean Adrian Street? Adrian Street is Welsh. Yeah, Adrian Street could be included. Can I just say, for me personally, I think the correct answer is Billy Robinson. But I'm not going to put Billy Robinson because I have no confidence he would win. So we'll go with those four. Boom. I didn't include Big Daddy because he's fat. Right. Grado is the GOAT, said Ashley. Dynamite Kid, says Kevin. Gentleman Chris Adams, said Victoria. That's a really good shout. Wasn't he WCCW champion? I need to double check that. Champion. World class. They've got a period called the Boom Years. The Boomer Years. Right, Fatal 5-Way. We just had a Zoe Stark moment. Seth Rollins is in the ring. Yeah. Chris Adams was champion in 86. Must be more to the history than that, though. Right, Seth Rollins. Seth Rollins is in the ring. NWA American Heavyweight Champion 4 times. WCW. I'm confused. I'll have to look into that more. I'll have to look into that. Chris Adams. Crown Jewel kicks off at 4. You'll probably start at 2, says Benmo. Yeah, I might even start earlier if I can. British Bulldog was huge. I've got to go with him in his day, being bigger than Drew, said Jack. Will Ospreay, Zack Sabre Jr., Nigel McGuinness are the best 3 British wrestlers, says Paul. I like the Nigel McGuinness shout. I don't. Has Will Ospreay done enough to be called like one of the top 3? I don't think Zack Sabre's done enough. I like the Will Ospreay shout. I really don't mind the Nigel McGuinness shout with what he did in Ring of Honor, but no, you can't exclude Billy. If we're going to have a serious conversation, you can't exclude Billy Robinson from a top 3. Rollins is stale, said CK. Seth is annoying. Let's see what people vote. Got just over an hour to go. Seth saying you want to go and blame everything on the bloodline. Cry me a river. That is life. I don't like him, but get in line behind the likes of Cody Rhodes. You was a hell of a champion. If you can get this title from me, I will be the first man there to shake your hand. I ain't the same guy. JD will be the biggest faction of all time soon. Just wait till Drew joins the emos, says Eddie. Kevin said, did you know that Shawn Michaels got Sweet Chin Music Superkick from British wrestler Chris Adams, former partner of Stone Cold's ex-wife? Yeah. JD has jumped Seth from behind. Shots coming in by JD McDonagh. Again, more shots coming in by JD. So he's jumped Seth. Seth was cutting a promo. JD McDonagh. Seth Rollins. It's the match that we're going to now. Through the ropes to the outside goes JD. Seth and big chop there by Seth. Another chop as well. JD trying to get over the barricades. Seth grabbing JD. Strikes him across the back. Face first into the edge of the ring goes JD McDonagh. Seth is going around after him. He grabs JD, looking to hurl him into the barricade. JD goes into the barricades. JD being chucked back into the ring. As he said, this should be a win, and it should be a comfortable win for Seth. If you could only watch one match for the rest of your life, what would it be, said Bishop. I don't know, but I wouldn't want to watch one match for the rest of my life. You'd get bored of it, wouldn't you? There's any match that you watch for the rest of your life, you would get bored. I mean, my favourite matches, Shawn and Undertaker. They're my two favourite superstars. I love Shawn's ability to have just banging matches, but then his comedy in with DX as well. I mean, he can promo, he can wrestle, he can do comedy. He was in the Rockers, could be a solo guy. He was in DX. I mean, he was arrogant in the early stages of his career. He didn't care, but then in the later stages, you know, he found religion and became a better person. But there's something cool about that arrogance that he had in the early stage of his career. Nightmare to work with. That's what everyone says, but it doesn't bother me, does it? So I love Shawn. Undertaker, I mean, is there a better gimmick ever than the Undertaker in wrestling history? And his streak and his matches, and as a kid, I just found him absolutely mesmerizing. I will admit, though, the Undertaker's career definitely, like most careers, took some turns I wasn't keen on. Don't think anyone looks back at that match where he's hanging the big boss man thinking, like, oh, yeah, that's good. I didn't need that. And there was a few moments in his career I'm like, could have done without that. But overall, it's hard to not like love the Undertaker. So them two colliding at WrestleMania gets your interest anyway. But then it turning out to be one of the best matches in WWE history. I mean, it's amazing. But I wouldn't want to watch that all the time. Maybe the Iron Man match. Maybe the Iron Man match. Because it's an hour long. So there's more. There's like, it'll be harder to get bored of it. You might be able to watch it and find different things, little moments in there that you didn't notice last time you watched it. Could you imagine if, like, you had to watch, like, a 3-minute squash match for the rest of your life? Just the same 3 minutes again and again and again. Be a flipping nightmare. Could you imagine if you had to watch that Candice LeRae Xia Li match again and again for the rest of your life? Oh, my God. Seth going against the ropes. Suicide dive into JD McDonagh, who goes over the commentary table into the barricades. Tom said, I was booing Taker when he debuted. Kind of scared. I never cheered for him live. Dark Knight said, my favourite gimmick was $1 Million Man. Undertaker HBK, Michaels as ref was good. Very good. One of the best matches of all time, again. Sean and Brett was memorable, said Wilfredo. Kofi versus Brock, the only thing you can watch for the rest of your life. Oh, my God. 7-second squash. Oh, my God. Arborous. Imagine that. Torture. Did you see that Toni Storm on Collision laying down on the announce table, arching her back in front of the commentary, pulling out an orange and giving it to Tony Schiavone? No. I don't watch Collision. And I don't go looking for clips. So I did not. But it sounds like they could sell a lot of oranges. If I went to a live show and they were selling Toni Storm oranges, after what you've just told me, I'm buying one. I'm buying them all. Victor said, if Omos joins Bibi's group, what if Lashley is Universal Champ? Hurt Profits Undisputed Champ, Omos as World Champ would be great if they hold the belts, says Victor. Yeah, I always, that's how I look at factions as well, actually. I always look and think, what can they go for? What can they go for? What can they go for? I agree that's how I look at it. I don't know that I would necessarily... It's hard to picture Bobby being a champ of one brand and Omos being a champ of another, because why would they be allowed to go to different brands? Why... because of the brand split, you're based on one brand. You can go to different brands if you're tag champs. But I think if Omos is going to be champ on one brand, he's going to have to go over there, isn't he? To be champ over there. And then does that not split the faction apart? So you might need to look a bit more at like one being the champ, the other being the mid-card champ, and then the Street Profits being the tag champs, rather than two world champs and tag champs. We got Sheamus ad at the moment. What's this an ad for? Oh, is this Crown Jewel? JD will be the biggest faction of all time, says Eddie. Okay, advert for WWE on TNT Sports. We got 52 minutes to go. Sort of felt like a bit of a go-home show, this, hasn't it, to be honest? I like Kane Undertaker at WrestleMania 14, said Legend Killer. Who is the best 3 wrestlers of all time that were never in a faction, said Dortnight. I'm sure that is a serious question. What's start us off? Who would you say? I mean, I feel like most wrestlers find their way into some sort of faction at some point. Even Andre was in, because Andre was the first name that came to my mind, but he was in the Machines. He was Giant Machine, wasn't he? So even Andre the Giant. I mean, my next name would be Luthez, because I don't know that he was ever in a faction. Luthez. Ed Strangler Lewis. Bruno Sammartino. Because I don't think Bruno was ever in a faction. I think he was in a tag team, but not a faction. Although, Ed Strangler Lewis was in a group, I think called the Gold Dust Trio, but that was not a faction in ring. That was, I think, Toots Mont, Ed Strangler Lewis, and I think Jess McMahon. I think that those 3 worked together to like revolutionize wrestling, but on a business level, not in ring level. And seriously, if we're having a serious conversation about like the best wrestlers, Luthez absolutely makes the list. Absolutely makes the list, right? like multiple year, like 8-year, was it? NWA World Champion. Like really the guy in the 50s, 60s, Luthez. You could go Gorgeous George. Gorgeous George. I don't know that he was ever in a faction. But you're probably going back to that kind of period. Anyone more recent probably was in a faction. Like Shawn and Brett. Brett was in the Hart Foundation. Shawn was in DX. Hogan was in NWO. Brock? Was Brock in one? Has Brock been in one? Still sticking with Thez, Ed Strangler Lewis, and Bruno Sammartino. Nick Bockwinkel. Nick Bockwinkel was a good shout. Brock. Razor Ramon. Razor. I don't think he can be classed as the best wrestler, though. Stone Cold, says Danny D. Jake the Snake was never in one, said Victoria. Cena was in Nexus, said Alexa Bliss Gamer. Stone Cold was in the Alliance. Bruno, Brock, and Piper, says Wrestle with Andy. Austin, Cena, Steamboat, said James. Knee strike by Seth. Seth going back against the ropes. Spanish fly. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Brock, Big Show, Albert, Nathan Jones, Matt Morgan. Under Heyman for a month, says Joseph. Okay, this match is already going on longer than I expected, you know. Green shirt guy. Let's go. Green shirt guy. He's in a faction. He's in the WWE universe. Seth on his feet. Picking up JD. JD, buckle bomb. Seth is going up top. Damien is coming down. Damien coming down. JD to... Oh, kick out by Seth. Seth was momentarily distracted. Damien has come down with the... Will it be tonight? Will he cash in tonight? No. Send your money in the bank. Standing over by the commentary table, staring at Seth. Cash-in attempt, said Zoe Killer. JD is up in the corner. Seth is up top, grabbing a hold of JD. Beautiful work there by Seth. Seth trying to get fired up. JD is struggling. Damian Priest is watching on. That was a big belly to back suplex. Crowds are singing away. How long have we actually got left? Coming in, looking for a stomp. Curb stomp by Seth. 1, 2, 3. Seth gets the pin and the win. Seth freaking Rollins. Bow, wow, wow. I've got some spooky ideas. What if we had a haunted house match? They've done that. They've done a haunted house match before. Damien said it's inevitable. Be careful what you wish for. Are we up to speed with the live? Yes, lovely. Okay, how long we got? 45 minutes. 45 minutes. Days is coming in like a broken fast food microphone. Every other words. Really? Damian Priest walking up the entranceway then. Seth holding up that championship. Wasn't everyone in WCW and NWO at some point? Pretty much, yeah. Adam Pierce says, how about I give you an opportunity to earn a match for the Intercontinental Championship? Oh, whoa, wow. Look at these two dressed as the Hart Foundation. Look at Piper dressed as Anvil. Oh, my God, that's brilliant. Brilliant. It's the Viking Raiders. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Ivar. The Hart Foundation. Well, amazing. I want to get the picture of that. Show it to you guys. So good. Here's, wow, Natalya. That's clever as well, because trying to get under Natalya's skin, yeah, it's going to be Chelsea against Natalya. So them dressing up as the Hearts is, from a psychological point of view, really clever. Oh my God, so good. So good. Let me get the picture. Look at that. Jeez. Piper looks more like Anvil than Anvil ever did. It's amazing, isn't it? It's brilliant. I like Natalya's outfit. She looks spicy, said Dean. King Yeti said, damn. That attire should be in WWE 2K24, said Jim. Green looks great as the Hitman. That's not proper chest hair, said Nunya. Are you sure? Are you sure? Looks pretty good to me. I think she grew that especially. Chelsea does look great as the Hitman. Brilliant. Shame they couldn't have some, like, old school tag belts. God, I'm so impressed with the Piper one. She looked brilliant. I love Natalya. Oh, look, here we go. I'm here going, wow, look at that. She looks so good. She looks like Jim the Anvil. Click back to the chat and everyone's like, whoa, did you see Natalya? Whoa, yeah. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Come on, guys, hey? Go and get yourself some water. Have a little word with yourself, yeah? Sit down. Open a window. Have a shower. Whoa. Told you, I'm everything positive in this community. I really am. I'm sat here. I'm looking at these images of Piper. I'm like, wow, she looks so good. She looks just like Jim the Anvil Neidhart. Chelsea as Brett. Wow. I mean, Brett was a good-looking guy anyway, but you put some boobs on him, it goes to a whole new level, doesn't he? Whole new level. You lot are like, whoa, Natalya, yeah. A lot of people are growing impatient over Dragunov, Braun, Carmelo, and Wes overstaying their welcome in NXT. I get it, but at the same time, can we afford to purge NXT? Are people getting impatient? I have not seen that. I think that you will find... I think you will find all opinion if you look for it. I don't sense that there is a big growing movement of people being impatient. But I wouldn't be surprised if people were expressing being impatient, because I think you can find all sorts of opinions out there. So, no, I mean, Dragunov's not long had the title, so... Sammy is taking on JD McDonagh on the kickoff show. I fear this third hour is going to die in the ratings. What is holding people's interest? Natalya, by the sounds of it. It's big time. Big time. Big time's here. She's come dressed as Ronda Rousey. Well. I'm a little lighter around the waist, but a bit heavier in the heart. I'm not afraid of losing. It never has kept me down. It never will keep me down. I've defended that title more times than Rhea Ripley has all year. I've defended it more than Roman Reigns has all year. I don't need the title. The title needs me. Oh, here's Xia. Are you scared of me? What are you doing? If you want to fight, we can fight. Let's fight. We will. But on my time. That was good. That was good. It's good to see Becky being confronted by someone new. And someone that got made to look quite strong earlier. This should be just bonkers fun, shouldn't it? This is just one of those silly, flipping, Miracle on 34th Street fight type things we do at Christmas. No, they should come out to the Heart Foundation music. Stop it. Come on, it's right there. Right there. Oh, they are playing the music. They're playing the music, but they haven't put it on the Titantron. Well, we got 50% there. We got 50% there. It's still fun to hear the theme. Wade Barrett said, I've got a costume of one of my favorites. He was called Bad News Barrett. Anyone else think it sounds a little different? Sounds like a slight remix rather than the OG theme. Mitchell said, anytime Seth is on TV, I find myself singing, no, oh God, no, oh God, no. I brought it to life for you, Mitchell. Mitchell, shout out to you. We've got Natalya being pied in the face by Brett the Hitman Green. Candy is being chucked in. More candy's being chucked in. Why are we throwing candy in? What are we going to do with her? Kendo stick being thrown in. Candy. Why is she chucking candy in? What are we doing with the candy? Oh, tried to use a kendo stick, but Natalya wallops Chelsea with it. Oh, across the buttocks. Discus. Why is there a trash can there? Trash can? Just at ringside. When do we ever have a trash can? Samantha Irvin has to try and get out of the way. Chelsea jumping over, walloping Natalya. Chelsea grabbing a table, dragging it over to where Natalya is. There's a skeleton that's down. Trash can lids. Natalya is just covered in all kinds of substances. Chelsea going onto the barricades. Walking like the Undertaker now. Oh, Natalya moves out the way. Chelsea ends up putting herself through the table. Jim the Anvil can't believe it. Natalya telling Jim to stay out of it. Oof. It was a very tight camera, wasn't it? Natalya grabbing a hold of Chelsea, dunking her headfirst into the bobbing apples thing. Jim's come over, bang. This must be a real... attacking her dad. Kick coming in there by... oh, double sharpshooter. Chelsea is on top of... no. Brett was just put on top of Jim as Natalya was... This thing is bonkers, man. This thing is bonkers. Can we just agree that Piper looks incredible as Jim the Anvil Neidhart? I can't get over it. Wade Barrett said the cleaners should be bonused after this. So Brett was put on Jim as Natalya tried to put them into a double sharpshooter. I mean, that is not a sentence I thought I would ever say. Certainly not. Oh, she just picked up a pumpkin, I think was Nikki's. Jesus. Chelsea's accidentally put the pumpkin on her own head. She goes down. This thing is... So she took the pumpkin off and Nikki's just there. Why is she there? Why has she just got her head in the table? What's going on? What's happening? What's going on? Wade said, is that a waxwork? She just took it off and her head's just there. Michael Cole's lost it now. This has to be one of the most mental. This has to be one of the most mental matches we've seen on Raw. Candy corn, let's go! Let's go, candy corn. Oh, kick out. Giant sets. Do you know candy corn is super expensive in the UK? Super expensive. If you want to get a bag of candy corn, it is costing you, mate. Jim on the outside distracting as a sharpshooter was being applied. Bag of candy corn in the UK about $6.99 for like a normal bag because we have to import it. I don't think we don't make it. We don't know how. Oh, the unpretty her, and it was horrific as well too. Wow. Chelsea Green, Brett the Hitman Green, and we cut back to Nikki, who's still in the table, just like, go and do an exclusive interview. Yeah, I think you should as well. Piper Niven looks, I don't want to say she looks good with a beard, but I don't know if it's a ring gear looks better than what she normally wears. She looks better. Maybe she could lose the chest hair and the facial hair, but the glasses suit her. The hairstyle suits her. What she's wearing suits her. Looks better than what she normally wears. Tomorrow night. Don't forget we're back tomorrow. Oh, we are back tomorrow. Do you know what? On a show that's been a bit plodding, on a show that's been a bit... It's just been there, you know? We haven't... I don't think we've really had too many things that have lately really shocked the world. It's just felt a bit go home, and we've done a few little bits and bobs, you know. But if you missed this episode, I don't think you'd have to really worry too much. That last match was mental, rubbish, intriguing, funny. I mean, the cosplaying was genuinely funny. Them dressed up as the Heart Foundation was genuinely fun. Parts of it were just bonkers, man, and some of it was just outright bad. But I gotta tell you, on a show that's been largely, I feel like it woke me up. I feel like that match actually at least got me involved in the show. There's pie on the camera, said A. Jobson. Jim said that was crazy. The Beach Kevin said Days is into women with beards. Confirmed. Is there any other type of woman? That's my question. Richard said, do you think Uncle Howdy is behind Nikki's trance as they were talking about bringing him back in memory of Bray? I don't think so. There's two reasons why I don't think so. The first reason is because we've seen Nikki in this sort of trance before. This isn't out the ordinary for her. She's done this before. We spoke before about the fact, like, when she was 24/7 champion. Or do you remember when she wanted to be Candice's friend? And she was... like, you know, just standing and staring in the background. Like, Candice would be talking and in the background would be, like, Nikki Cross. And, you know, when Nikki was Insanity, she was kind of, maybe not doing this trance thing, but this sort of thing, you know. We've seen her do this stuff before. So, because this isn't completely out of the ordinary for her, it's hard to say, like, that this is... as a result of, like, Uncle Howdy. The second reason is because we read something yesterday where it looks like the Uncle Howdy and the Firefly Funhouse stuff isn't happening anymore. Better Wrestling Experience and Dave Meltzer both commented on the fact that at the moment there isn't believed to be any more progress on that. There was talks, but it didn't lead anywhere. So I I'm not expecting it to lead to that. If it did lead to that, then cool, that'd be exciting. But I'm not expecting it. So we'll have to see. Ellis Dub says, this wasn't even a Sammy Johnny type match. The match was just awful. I'm not going to lay into it because it was a gimmick match, but I don't need another dose of that. What was the worst match of the year? Was that the worst match of the year? I don't think so. I don't think so, because I think that them dressing up as the Heart Foundation, like to psychologically mess with Natalya, I think that made it at least a little bit better than it could have been. You know, I also really like Chelsea. I think she's great in those kind of comedy moments. I think she's got really fun facial expressions. She really sells the, you know, that's a hard thing to like sell, that type of match, to be honest. And there's lots of people that would struggle with that kind of thing, but she is excellent in that kind of comedy role. So I think for those reasons, it stops it being as bad as, say, the Leatherface. See, the thing is, the Leatherface one, right? That Leatherface match from AEW, they were actually trying to like sell that as being scary. They were trying to make out like Leatherface was coming down. He was chasing someone away. They were running for their lives. Like, they were trying to like genuinely make out that match and the spookiness that was happening backstage was actually scary. This was just a big dumb match with like just candy corns and all this kind of stuff, candy cane and whatever. So I sort of feel like this match, I don't think took itself as serious. And Chelsea is quite good in these kind of comedy moments. Them dressed up as the Heart Foundation as well, I think stopped it being a disaster. For me, it was it woke me up. It woke me up. I don't disagree. I mean, like, I'm trying to think, if this was on AEW and it had, I suppose it would depend who was in it. It would depend who was in it, wouldn't it? If it was on AEW and we had Tony Storm in it, I think I would have enjoyed it just as much. Because I think Tony Storm is very good in these kinds of matches as well. But if you was going to do, I don't know, flipping Julia Hart against Anna Jay, and you was going to do it quite serious, and you was going to do all of that, I think that would have bombed. Because I don't think they can do that kind of tongue-in-cheek comedy type stuff. Whereas I think Chelsea can. And Piper obviously was quite fun in it. So, yeah, no, not for me. Not the worst match for me. Maybe the most bonkers match on Raw. Maybe the most bonkers match in WWE so far this year. But I can't say it overtakes the Leatherface one. Right. Is it main event time? We've only got 22 minutes. Damian Priest. Damian Priest making his way down to the ring. Damian versus Sammy. Sammy had a banger last week with Drew. I mean, if he has a banger again this week, that'd be awesome. Who is Shinsuke calling? CM Punk, said Manic. CM Punk. He's calling CM Punk. Same main event with Judgment Day, said Elias. Do you think it's strange not having Brock at Crown Jewel, said Tingalin? Not really. He works a reduced schedule. I think the card's pretty stacked anyway with Roman and Cena and Cody and yeah, no, I don't think it's that strange. I don't know that we'll see him again this year, to be honest. I don't think he'll be at Survivor Series. We got two good tag team matches, good Seth match. We can get silly matches like that in between, says A. Jobson. The fart gimmick is made me not take her serious again, and cat ears were just, said Zoe Killer. AEW couldn't have the entrance music of Bret Hart, so it wouldn't have worked. It worked because Natalya was the opponent. It made it fun, said Here Is the Thing. Yeah, I'm genuinely, I genuinely think that if AEW were to do that and have Toni Storm in the match instead of, say, Chelsea, I think I would have still enjoyed it. Yeah, they couldn't have had the entrance music, but I think I still would have enjoyed it. I think those kinds of matches, it really does matter who is involved. Could you imagine that match in AEW, but being Toni Storm against Britt Baker? Tony as the heel, Britt as the face. Like, I think that would be good. I think that would be just as good. Has The Miz won this twice, did they say? I've never seen this. 24 contender. Oh, it's cut it off. It's cut it off. TNT Sports have cut it off. I never watch MTV. I don't even know if I've got the channel, if I'm going to be honest. I don't even know if I can get the channel. I think so. Oh, do you know what I used to love on MTV? Used to love it. For the Love of Money. I don't know if you ever saw that show. It was a load of people that were in a house and they had to compete against each other, and each week someone would be voted off, and then we got down to like the final 3, and the winner got a load of money, but they lived in the house together. I mean, I'd imagine there's probably been a billion shows like it, but man, there was some amazing characters. It was full of drama. It was probably a good 10 years ago, if not longer. They did For the Love of Money. I think they did about 3 or 4 seasons. One whole season never got released because one of the competitors, I think, went off and killed someone. And so a whole season never got released. Really, isn't it? I mean, didn't kill them in the house. I mean, once they... Because obviously they film it well in advance. Well, in between them filming it and it getting released, one of the people had actually been involved in a murder. Celebrity Deathmatch is classic. That is classic. Best show on MTV was Celebrity Deathmatch. I don't remember that show. Check it out. For the Love of Money. I think, can you see clips on YouTube? For the Love of Money. Or was it I Love Money? Love Money MTV. I Love Money. That's what it was called. I Love Money. It was called For the Love of Money. Yeah. I Love Money. I would show you clips, but we'll probably get hit with copyright. And to be honest, there ain't that many clips on there. It's total trash TV. Total trash TV. But then you've got a lot of those kind of shows, you know, like, was it Flavor of Love? Was that another one? Flavor of Love. And I think there was another as well. There was quite a few shows around that time that were doing that sort of reality competition type stuff. It was garbage, like proper throwaway TV stuff, but sometimes you just want that. Sometimes you just want that to switch your brain off and just watch it, you know? Just, who cares? Just watch it. Don't have to think. That's why Jerry Springer is a goated show. I love Jerry Springer. It's just, I don't care if it's scripted. You know, wrestling scripted. I don't care. I don't care if it's scripted. Like, you just, you know, late at night, 1 a.m, you're having a drink, you've had a tough day, you put on Jerry Springer and just don't think. Just watch it. Just people bickering. Ding, 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 ding. Amazing. Rock of Love. Yeah, that was another one, wasn't it? Rock of Love. Mitchell said, I Love Money is only on Pluto TV. Punked was good. I love new NY. Yeah. Did you guys get Ridiculousness? I used to watch that. I don't think I watched that. Don't think I've seen that. Next week, we got a fatal four-way to determine the #1 contender. Ricochet versus The Miz versus Big Bronson Reed versus Ivar. Next week, Akira Tozawa steps up. Shinsuke said, show yourself. And Akira Tozawa has done exactly that. Akira Tozawa has stepped up to Shinsuke. Jeremy said Naked Attraction is the #1 streaming show in the US. Is it? What, the UK show where they get naked? Is it really? Is it an American remake or anything? I don't think that show's that good. Once you get past the fact that there's going to be some naked people standing there, if you've never seen it, they have people standing in like this cubicle thing. And the wall of the cubicle rises up, so you see their legs. And then it goes up again, you see their genitals. Then it goes up again, you see their midsection. Then it goes up, you see their boobs. I don't think you ever see the face. But basically, people get judged on that. That's it. So you do see Tinky Winkies. And you do see Lalas. I don't know if they ever get them to turn around so you can see the pose. I don't know. And then you go on a date and you wait for a little bit of Dipsy. Right. Damien in the ring. Sammy getting him. Kick. Tozawa sucks, says Anna. Damian Priest is in control. As a kid, was you a Hogan or a Warrior fan? Warrior. Defo. I've actually grown to appreciate Hogan more as I've got older. Obviously, that took a hit in 2015. I think I'm so desperate now, though, for him to say sorry louder and to hopefully be forgiven. Such a shame that someone that had such an impact. I mean, he just in the 80s, he was WWE, you know. In the 90s, he was WCW. In the 90s, it was a bit of WWE as well, of course. But you can't tell the story of WWE without Hogan. And so disappointing to see whoever is in the gutter, isn't he? His reputation's in the gutter. If you used to bring him out, he would get mixed reaction at best. Mixed reaction, but there would be definite boos. And you can't disagree with it, can you really? You can't say that people are wrong to do that because he was wrong for what he said. Massively wrong for what he said. But it's just such a shame when we lose so many legends to see one that's still with us that just found a different way of messing it all up. Such a shame. I was a Warrior guy when I was a kid, though. Hogan was very USA, and I have nothing but love for the USA. But being that kind of patriotic USA thing, it ain't gonna work on me. So I had to see what else he was bringing to the table. And he brought a lot of excitement and energy and enthusiasm. And there was obviously the crowd behind him and everything. But Warrior brought all that. And, you know, Warrior was just a madman who would come running down to the ring, shaking the ropes. The thing with Warrior is it didn't matter if you was American, if you was English, if you was Canadian, if you was flipping from the moon. If you was from the moon, you'd probably stand a better chance of understanding his promos. He was just a wild man that anyone could relate to. And for me, I was a Warrior. I remember being a Warrior Undertaker guy over Hogan, but I had a healthy appreciation for Hogan. I didn't like hate him or anything. So I liked Warrior, I liked Undertaker. Those were my two, really. And I remember hearing when I was young, I don't know if I heard or I might even have seen a match between those two, and it blew my mind. It blew my mind. I couldn't even begin to fathom what would happen. Those two being in a match, Ultimate Warrior taking on the Undertaker. I couldn't even begin to get my head around what would happen. Like, I had to see that match. I can't remember if I heard it had happened or if I had actually like managed to see it on a videotape, but it's not one that takes place at a pay-per-view. It's one that's like, you know, it's one of those the best of the Ultimate Warrior Coliseum type VHS videos. And then on there you get like a random match, which would be that, you know. Because they were building to a feud and they did have matches. I mean, maybe on some like Saturday night's main event, but you've got to remember back in the day, I was living off VHS tapes. I was living off pay-per-views. I didn't have access to watch the shows, so I couldn't tune into stuff like that. So I was just having to rely on what I could see on videotapes, what I heard about and read about and was told about. And yeah, I remember being very excited by that match. The matches don't live up to the hype at all. At all. You know, they're not regarded as classics, but you try telling little old young me that, eh? That to me is mind-blowing. Hogan Warrior. I was cheering Warrior. The match made me a die-hard fan that I am to this day, said Kevin. Yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, an underrated main event, that is, you know. When we talk about WrestleMania main events, people talk about Andre Hogan, they talk about Rock Cena, they certainly talk about Stone Cold and The Rock, and they talk about Hogan and The Rock. It seems to take a little while until Warrior Hogan gets mentioned, but I don't know why, because that thing was, again, just like I said with Warrior Undertaker, Warrior Hogan was arguably even bigger than that back then, and we actually got it, and it was actually a WrestleMania main event. So that was amazing. I wish we'd have got Warrior Undertaker at a WrestleMania. I wish we'd found a way of getting that match, but I don't think they quite knew how to book it. I would love for Warrior to have lost clean. Could you imagine if the Warrior lost clean to the Undertaker? That would be sick. That would have been sick. Right, Sammy rolling up Damien. Did have a DVD? Oh, there it is. Damian Priest planting Sammy. I bought this the other day. It's unreleased, never seen before, 86 to 95. It's been out years and years and years. It came out 2017, so it's been out like 5-6 years. I still haven't watched it yet. But these are DVDs for those that have never seen a DVD. But it has... I wondered if it had Undertaker Ultimate Warrior. It's got... I'll read some of the matches in a second. Tell you what it has got. It's got Pedro Morales against Macho Man. Pedro Morales is a former WWF champion from the 70s. So seeing him against Macho Man is... Here's Jey Uso. So, Judgment Day have come down. Shot there by Jey. I heard there's no commentary on this. I've not seen it. Unreleased. Never seen before matches. 86 to 95. I don't think they did 95 to 2005. Super kick by Jey. 5 minutes to go. Mitchell said, you see there, Tinky Winky, La La Dipsy. Isn't that just Teletubbies? All we're missing is Poe. Round the back, mate. Finn Balor, kick to the head of Sammy. Dominik and Finn stomping away. Protect yourselves at all time. Dominik laying in some kicks there of Sammy. It was on a video. The Undertaker put Warrior in a body bag, said Kevin. Here's Cody. Oh, we haven't seen Cody all show. Rhodes making his way down, going straight after Damian Priest. Yay! Right now, we've got Sammy, Cody, Jey Uso brawling away with the Judgment Day. Yeah! This is wrestling. This is wrestling. Go on, lads. I love fresh matchups. Let's go. Sammy and Jey going against the ropes. Over the top. They come down on the Judgment Day. Take that, Judgment Day. Guys, they are getting the better of the Judgment Day. I think this is it. This is it. This is the start of the final 10 years of this feud. I'm calling it now. I reckon there'll only be about 10 more years after this of these matchups. JD grabs Damian Priest. They go scurrying away. Haluva by Sammy. Cody is on the commentary table. Cody is begging Sammy to make JD a sacrificial lamb. Cody has got JD. Crossroads. Crossroads on the table. Take that, Boomer. Take that, Boomer. Cody gets the microphone. He drops the microphone. One more time. One more time. One more time. We're doing it again. Yeah! Ah, that was moody, actually. Oh. J.D. McDonagh gets planted. It's a miracle. Cody is healed. American dream. He's just a healed man. Walking hard on his hands and feet. Hang on, he's cutting a promo here on Damien. You've got a briefcase. You're not the leader of the Judgment Day. You're this close to immortality. You walk behind Finn Balor. And you walk behind Rhea. And you even walk behind Dominik Mysterio. When you think it's someone else, it's always me. What? My path goes straight through you. Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Good ending, said Christopher. Is a walk behind her. Walk behind her. Walk behind her. Oh, lovely. Quad Rhombus. Shout out to you, my friend. Tom said table 2. Cody nil. Get in your scores. Walk behind her. Yeah, I don't think this is a vintage classic episodes. I think that there was some stuff here. It was what it was. I am what I am. Right, was this an all-time episode? Probs not. Was it a great episode? Probs not. Was it an okay episode? Probs. Or was it a bad episode? Oh, I don't think it was bad. What did you score WWE Raw? Hey? What did you score it? Hey? Come on, what did you score it? Let's get back to the chat. I want to read out some of these matches because if I didn't have this DVD, which I do, I would be interested to know what was on it. So I am quite interested in reading some out, but let's go to the chat first. Super chat from Kojiko said, fallopian tube Calusa through Papusa, Tesla Papoca, touch with life of Fablo, blah blah, lollipop, that you want a little lollipop, other two flip-flop, attitude. Did you put the phone away, gas poop? It's hard to know how to react, isn't it, to be honest? It's hard to know how to react. But Kojiko, shout out to you, my friends. I do see it as a cry for help. But considering that I think this cry has been going on for so long now, I think you're all right. I think you're all right. You'll be all right. It'll work itself out, but... Mitchell said, Bloodline, maybe in the 3rd innings. JD is in the 1st. Mitchell, shout out to you. Right, matches. Ooh, nice little picture there of the Warrior. That looks like Warrior and Perfect, doesn't it? That looks to me like Warrior Perfect. You might think Hogan, but the singlet makes me think Perfect. We have got dream matches. Oh, do you know what? We've actually got from 1986, Big John Studs, King Kong Bundy, and Bobby the Brain Heenan against, this is pretty fun actually, Big Machine, Super Machine, and Hulk Machine. If you don't know about the machines, they were apparently brought in from Japan, right? And they were behind masks. And I think that they were, I know one was Axe from Demolition before Demolition. One was clearly Andre. I think another one might have been Big John Studs. But they did chuck in like other superstars. And the joke was you knew who they were. They were just under a mask, but you knew who it were. A bit like, you know, Mr. America being Hogan. So, you know, no guesses as to who Hulk Machine is. So, Big John Stud, King Kong Bundy, and Bobby the Brain against Hulk Machine. Big Machine, which might be Big John Studs, and Super Machine might have been Axe from Demolition. Let's have a look. Machines. Let's have a little look. WWE. Super Machine was Axe from Demolition. Big Machine was actually Blackjack Mulligan. Giant Machine was Andre. Hulk Machine was Hogan. Piper Machine was Piper. Animal Machine was George the Animal Steel. I don't know Crusher Machine. That was the Crusher, but I haven't heard of Crusher Machine. Okay, well, anyway, we got that. Pedro Morales against Macho Man. Paul Orndorff and King Harley race against Hogan and Piper. Dingo Warrior, Ultimate Warrior, against Jose Estrada. So I think he did come in as Dingo Warrior before he became Ultimate Warrior. People are like, Dingo? But they only called him that because they thought it sounded cool. Hogan and Macho Man against Honky Tonk Man and the Hart Foundation. Owen Hart against Barry Horowitz from 88. 88. That would have been around WrestleMania 4, so that's super. That might be like the earliest Owen Hart match in WWF. Owen Hart, Barry Horowitz from 88. I mean, that predates the Blue Blazer, which was 89. We've got Macho Man against Andre the Giant for the WWE Championship. Demolition against Powers of Pain. Andre against Big John Studs. Macho Man Ultimate Warrior. $1 Million Man against Ted DiBiase. Hillbilly Jim and King Duggan against Haku and Andre. Brian Adams against Barry Horowitz. Brian Adams, that was Crush, wasn't it? That was from 89. Earthquake Evans against Paul Roma. Powers of Pain against the Rockers. Colossal Collection against Demolition. Ultimate Warrior against Macho Man. Hogan Earthquake. Ted DiBiase, Big Boss Man. These, by the way, are meant to be never seen before. So even if these are matches that you're like, oh, I've seen that, I don't think these are the same versions. I think these are maybe versions that have not been released. I mean, literally, it's called unreleased. Never before seen matches. That's why I wanted it. Demolition against Legion of Doom. The blindfold match. Rick Martel against Jake Roberts. Now, straight away, that makes you think WrestleMania 7. But it can't be because... Do you know what I mean? We've all seen WrestleMania. So this must have been maybe a warm-up match for it, you know? Maybe they did it on a house show or something. $1 Million Man against Sid Justice. Ah, here we go. Look at that. That was the whole reason of reading it. Right there, baby. Right there. Is it going to casket match August 19th, 1991. Ultimate Warrior against The Undertaker. Ultimate Warrior, Undertaker casket match. Ric Flair, Roddy Piper. Jake the Snake against Mr. Madness. Look at that. Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair, WWE Championship match from 1991. Oh my God. It's the match everyone wanted for WrestleMania 8. Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair, WWE Championship match. 1991 or WWF. That's exciting, man. That's exciting. I don't think I've ever seen them in a match. I mean, we've all seen the WCW match, and we all wanted them to main event WrestleMania 8, but they did house shows, and they didn't perform well. Like, the crowd just weren't seemingly into it. I mean, it seems mental. You know, Ric Flair, one of the biggest names in wrestling history, was like, you know, the NWA World Champion throughout the 80s. And Hogan, who was the like, it's just a no-brainer. Let's find out who's the man, who's the guy. And they did these house shows, and it didn't draw. It just wasn't, people weren't interested. But there we go, from 91, WWE Championship match, Hulk Hogan, Ric Flair. Piper's Pit with Brooklyn Brawler. British Bulldog against Bret Hart on June 30th, 92. So that would probably be the warm-up for SummerSlam. British Bulldog, Bret Hart. That's probably like a warm-up, tune-up match before we see the SummerSlam one. So, I mean, how interesting to watch that and compare it to the SummerSlam 92 match. Papa Shango and Kamala against Bret Hart and Ultimate Warrior. Undertaker against Bam Bam Bigelow. Oh, that was seen. I've seen that. That's the Toxic Turtles. Toxic Turtles against Tommy Stevens and Ron Preston. I don't know if you've ever seen the Toxic Turtles. It's two enhancement talents. I think one was Dwayne Gill, and I think the other might have been Barry Hardy. And they were dressed up like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and they called themselves the Toxic Turtles. And unsurprisingly, it didn't stick around long, but I have definitely seen one of their matches. I don't think that's unreleased. Unless this is a different match, but to my knowledge, they only did it once. That was from March of 93. I'll be very interested to see that. That one might have leaked onto the internet. That is definitely on YouTube. I've watched it. Third disc. Don't worry, we are getting to the end here. I'm enjoying it, even if you're not. Undertaker against Giant Gonzalez. No one needs to see that. Kip Winchester and Bret Colt. Smoking Guns, maybe? Who would be Kip Winchester and Bret Colt? In my head, because of Colt. Kip Winchester. Yeah. Well, I think so. Billy Gunn? Billy Gunn went by the name of Kip Winchester. So Billy Gunn was Kip Winchester. Bret Colt is probably Bart Gunn, I would imagine. So that's probably the Smoking Guns before they were the Smoking Guns. Bart Gunn. Yeah. Oh, pretty good, that is. I genuinely didn't know that that was the Smoking Guns. Kip Winchester and Bret Colt. Rubbish names, aren't they? Right. Shawn Michaels, Mr. Perfect. The Tasmaniac against Skippy Taylor. Who's the Tasmaniac? It makes me think Taz, but Tasmaniac. Who the hell's that? It is Taz. Is it Taz? Yeah, it is Taz. Hey? Taz versus Skippy Taylor, WWE 1993. Taz would later debut in WWF under the name Taz at the 2000 Royal Rumble. But according to this, he has a match in 1993. There must have been a tryout match, mustn't it? It must have been a... They were TMNT knockoffs on the Indies, says Jim. That's really interesting, isn't it? So, Tasmaniac against Skippy Taylor, 93, May 5th. Bret Hart, Yokozuna, May 5th. Same day, actually. Mega Maniacs against Money Inc. with Sergeant Slaughter as guest referee. Again, you hear that and you think WrestleMania 9. It's not that match. This is a different one they faced, and they had Sergeant Slaughter as special guest ref. Lex Luger, Ludwig Borger. Macho Man against Crush. Bret Hart against Jim the Anvil Neidhart. Wow, that's for the WWE Championship in 94. Jeff Jarrett against British Bulldog, an Intercontinental Ladder match. Jeff Jarrett against Razor, Intercontinental Ladder match. Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart as a tag team, taking on Jerry the King Lawler and Hakushi. Wow. Diesel against Yokozuna, steel cage match. Do you know what? I picked this up, no word of a lie, this DVD. It's a DVD I've had my eyes on for a while. Because, I mean, I love Golden Era, as everyone knows. I love the late 80s, early 90s anyway. So a whole DVD collection of matches that apparently have not been seen before. Genuinely, I was like, yeah, I got to get that. And I've just been sort of like, you know, keeping an eye on it every now and again. And I saw it on, I think, eBay for like £5. I think it was £5. So I bought it. I saw a review of it. And the review said, like, if you're If you've even got a passing interest in this era, you are going to love this. But I don't know if they said all of the matches, but most of these matches don't have commentary because they are unreleased and they never made it to a show. So it's just footage. That doesn't bother me too much, to be honest. You know, the commentary definitely adds something, but some of these matches, like seeing Taz in like 93 in WWE, like as he's getting his tryout, or seeing Brett against the British Bulldog just before they do their epic SummerSlam main event, you know. There's a few matches, it's seeing Hulk Hogan against Ric Flair, not in WCW, but in WWE in 1991, like when we should have been seeing them compete against each other in WWE. Like, actually getting to see the match, like, it's more than worth a $5. 8 hours, 20 minutes, 3-disc set. I'm not selling these, by the way. I know it seems like I am, but genuinely, there's some awesome bits there that I'm looking forward to watching. I've had it a good few weeks now. I haven't got around to watching it. But, yeah, love it. WWE needs dark stuff. It's what it's missing, said Christopher. Cactus Jack debuted in 87 as a jobber against the Bulldogs, said Zoom Station. It's strange watching a match without commentary. I went to a live show and found it odd. That's true. That's true. That would be one of the biggest things I'd say to people going to their first live show is you are going to find it weird without commentary. It is. I completely agree. I remember going as a kid and it felt like something was missing. You can really hear the thud of the ring a lot more. You know, as like the bumps sound louder, don't they, live? Yeah. I agree. That's definitely something that kind of when you go for the first time kind of catches you up. And if you don't go for a while and you go back, it catches you off guard. Russell Andy said, what's your favourite release from the DVD era? Mine might be The Rise and Fall of ECW. I love all of the documentaries they brought out then. Yeah, I'm a real stan for DVDs because I used to work in an entertainment store, of course, so I would see the new stuff coming out all the time. I think I've got every one of the tagged classics. For those that don't know, the Tag Classics was DVDs that came out and they would do WrestleMania 1 and WrestleMania 2 in a DVD set. So one disc for WrestleMania 1, the other disc was WrestleMania 2. You got the whole event in a set. They were $19.99, £20, and you got 2 WrestleManias, right? I mean, it sounds horrific now that you can just pay $9.99 and have got access to it all, right? But this was before the network came along. So, you know, I'm sure people have got like VHS. I'm sure there's people with VHS tapes of all the old shows and all the home release like video things that they came out with, you know. There was no way of knowing that we were going to go to a network like what we've got now. So, God, I spent thousands on those DVDs. I mean, I don't know how many they made, but I have them all. So I've got. I don't know what the WrestleManias went up to be honest. I don't know what they went up to on Tag Classics. Oh, should we search it? But my favorite one of all of the different releases. It's a really good question. I think I love the McMahon one. It's so interesting watching, like, you know, seeing his history and learning a bit more about him because of him being the guy. The other one that I thought was excellent was The True Story of WrestleMania, and that's on the network. I think McMahon might be on the network as well now. I love both of those. The ECW one was fantastic as well. Wasn't the success of that the reason why they brought in One Night Stand? I think it was, wasn't it? I'm sure it was the success of the DVD, the ECW DVD, that said there's a market here. But yeah, the ECW one was fantastic as well. Good for me because I didn't watch ECW, so there was plenty of stuff that I learned from that. Tag Classics, here we go. Jeez Louise. I mean, the amount of money I spent. Look at this. Here we go. 84 tagged classics. How much is that if each one was £20? Because I mean they were £19.99. 20 times 84 is £1,680. £1,680. I could have put myself through college, but instead I bought these. So WrestleMania 1 and 2. No Royal Rumble 88. We start with 89. 88, I don't think it ever got released over here. Super frustrating. Really frustrating. So, yeah, I mean, this is where the network's amazing. So, yeah, then you get 3 and 4. Then we jump to King of the Ring for some reason. Then we had, like, SummerSlam, blah, 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 blah. Then we got these. I love these. Like, Battle Royal at the Royal Albert Hall and UK Rampage. I love those ones. I love the fact that we're going, like, deep cuts. They do, like, the Fab Four, one night only. We've got some In Your Houses, SummerSlams. There were some other, like, rarer ones. Once you start getting down here, No Mercies and all that kind of stuff. WrestleMania 17 was on its own for some reason because they were trying to milk money out of me. Best of Raw 1 and 2. WrestleFest. There we go. Look, WrestleFest 88 and WrestleFest 1990. Years in reviews. 93, 94, 95, 96. UK Rampages. UK Rampage 91, 92. UK Rampage. Or US Rampage 91, 92. UK Rampage 92, 93. Action and Hardcore. I mean, UK fan favourites, 93, 95. I feel like they could have done more, you know. I'm probably glad they didn't, because obviously now we have the network. But they could have gone even deeper into the catalogue. They could have gone deeper, but as I said, I'm glad they didn't. Brawl in the... I don't know if I even watched that one. Wrestling grudge matches and Brawl in the Family. Don't even remember that one. Yeah. $4.99, that unreleased on Amazon, by the way. DVDs, man. Don't hold their value, do they, at all? But for a £5, you're going to get £5 out of it. Amazing. Amazing. The first Rumble was never released on VHS either, says Jim. Not in America. I know it wasn't here, but I thought it was in America. I think I've seen a VHS cover for it, and that's what made me thought it had been, but that could have just been mocked up, couldn't it, by someone? Yeah, like these things. Look, there's even a front and a back there that's been done. So I think I've seen these kind of things and thought that like they've been released in like, you know, abroad. We never had them. I've never seen them. I've never seen them. So they could just be like, as we said, you know, fan things. But this is why, you know, we keep talking about it. Like the network is so incredible. So incredible. Like, the fact that there was... I wish they would go deep. I mean, they've got stuff, man. They've got so much stuff that they could put on the network that's still not on there. I would love for them to go delve in even deeper again and see what else they can find. There was... I don't even know if they recorded it, though. There was a Royal Rumble in 87, which was won by One Man Gang. And it was a house show, and they did it to test the concept. I don't know that it was ever filmed, but I mean, like, maybe it wasn't. You would like to think that they had filmed it so that they could then show Vince how it worked, what it looked like. So if there's any footage of that out there, I'd love to see that. But I've never seen footage of that. I just know that it happened, and I know that One Man Gang won it. And it was a trial to see how it would go, and it didn't go very well at all. And the idea was almost scrapped. And then, of course, they wanted a match for the TV special that they were doing, and Vince proposed a card. The TV executive didn't like it. Was it Dick Ebersol, I think? Didn't like it. And he said, I want something special. And so Vince was like, Pat, tell him your Rumble idea. So Pat told him the idea, and the guy loved it. Absolutely loved it. And the rest was history. Boom. Royal Rumble was born. So yeah, there was one in '87, but that's not it's not on the network, unfortunately. But did you watch Monday Night War series on the network? I thought that was awesome. Yeah. I love all of those. Yeah, I love those kind of shows on the network. The Ruthless Aggression one was good as well. The FCW one, where we looked at FCW, that was excellent. I mean, like, maybe the GOAT is the Undertaker one, The Last Ride. Incredible. I mean, that is just... Maybe it's lost a bit of impact now because Undertaker's done so many interviews, but that really was one of the first times we were really getting to see behind the scenes with the Undertaker's career. Absolutely incredible. I mean, and right off the back of The Last Dance as well, wasn't it? I mean, The Last Dance was everywhere during lockdown, pandemic. And so, WWE coming out with The Last Ride and doing something similar, but for the Undertaker. Awesome. So good. But yeah, the Monday Night Wars one was really good. The whole there's an Attitude Era documentary and DVD. I'd love it. I don't think they've ever done one on the Golden Era, and I'd love for them to do one on the Golden Era. I'd love for them to show, what wrestling was like just before Hogan, that kind of Bob Backlund. I mean, 82. I'll be honest, my knowledge of WWE in 82 is not great. It's not great at all. I can name some people that are around, and I can fumble my way through a few matches that would have been happening. But that kind of waiting for the explosion that was Hulkamania in 84, like that kind of like the calm before the storm. 82, still a good 3 years away from the first WrestleMania. We are still a good couple of years from Hulkamania. Bob Backlund's champion. The crowds aren't loving Bob Backlund. It's not working at that point. And then, I mean, God, what drops just a few years later just changes everything, doesn't it? I'd love a documentary that kind of looked on that kind of 82, 83, here's Hulkamania, here's WrestleMania. Do you know what I mean? Looks at that period and it's underserved, that period of time is. And the Golden Era. Everyone focuses on Ruthless Aggression and Attitude Era. But to be honest, even New Generation could probably do with a bit of love. Do you know what I mean? There was some good stuff in New Generation. Weren't all doom and gloom. Gonna have to work a bit hard, but it's not the best of times. But there's still some good stuff there. Corey said, "Can you do UK pay-per-views?" What do you mean? Can I do UK pay-per-views? What do you mean, Corey? Vince didn't look well in that picture. No, he didn't. Wrestling with Shadows, Bret Hart. Amazing. Ric Flair DVD was fantastic, says A. Jobson. Beyond the Mat is awesome. Yep. But oh yeah, we didn't end our poll, did we? Right, we do need to wrap things up. We're just chatting away. We've kind of gone off on a tangent, which does happen sometimes. Mitchell said, when you look at wrestling now versus the Golden Era, what changes do you like or dislike? There are a lot of similarities, actually. So, in the Golden Era, you had one champ, and that was Hogan. And now we've got one champ, and it's definitely Roman. I feel like there was better characters in the Golden Era. Even if you weren't on top, you could still find a way of standing out. It feels like there's a lot of people that, Ricochet. You know what I mean? Like, there's Shinsuke before we just did this like little change for him. There's a lot of bodies on the roster these days, and I don't know that they are really maximizing their TV time because their presentation is too bland. Back in the golden era, you know, everyone seemed to have like an angle. Everyone seemed to have something going for them. You know, even if you were someone like Coco Beware, you came down with a flipping parrot. You know, like everyone had something that was made them stand out and made them special. So, I mean, it would be like, you know, what if we take Mr. Perfect, the guy that's perfect, and we put him in there against Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, and you got Steamboat like blowing fire, coming down with like all the dragon attire and everything. Or what happens if we put the dragon against Jake the Snake? What if we put Rowdy Roddy Piper, the Scotsman, the guy that can talk, the big hit? What if we put him in there with the Heartbreak Kid, the guy that loves himself, Shawn Michaels? Do you know what I mean? Everyone had an angle. Everyone had something that made them stand out. And what has a Johnny Gargano got in this day and age? What has an Austin Theory got in this day and age? You know, the list goes on and on and on. Like, I feel like now we've got a lot of bodies and potential, but we're not. What are we doing to make everyone feel special? What are we doing to make everyone stand out? So there is similarity in the sense of we've got one person on top, like we did back then. Similarity in the sense of I think the roster is quite deep and strong. I mean, you know, back then you had a lot of bodies around, you had a lot of people around. I think there's even more now. And I think the level of talent is better now. I think what they can do in the ring is quicker. It's more expansive. It's they've got a deeper move set. But I think what wrestling overall has lost us, and I think you've seen this. I think like MJF has been doing a bit of this. You can get anything over. I mean, he's got the kangaroo kick over. Him and Adam Cole got a double clothesline over. If you just make a deal out of it, if you make it matter, if you talk about it, tease it, don't quite get it, when you do get it, people are going to pop, right? People are going to pop. You can get little things over. You know, Jericho's had a career out of doing that. Le Champion, little bit of bubbly, the list, right? I mean, he's had a career of like clicking the pen, just little things. You can get them over if you focus on them and you make them feel like they're important, right? And you make them feel like they matter. And I think that the golden era was very good at doing that. You know, finishing moves were largely protected. If someone hit a finishing move, the match was pretty much done. So, like, it was, and like, because we weren't doing like really expansive loads of moves at 1,000,000 miles an hour, it meant that things that we did have felt like they mattered. Whereas now, we do everything at such a fast pace that we've sort of lost the ability of making things matter. So if we hit a finishing move now, it's probably not ending the match. And I don't know, like all of a sudden you kind of like, you lose the importance of some of the finishing moves. You lose the importance of some of the little details. Now it's just action, 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 1,000,000 miles an hour. I'm a big believer in slowing it down and letting matches breathe and making them feel like, you know, the key moments in a match, making them feel important and building up that drama. And we definitely do see that in some matches. And I think some of the main events that, you know, AEW, WWE putting on, you know, some good stuff that happens in this day and age. But if you go back to like the golden era, I think we were better back then at doing that. We didn't have to. But then saying that, I think kayfabe was stronger as well. Kayfabe was stronger back in the golden era, so we didn't need to do so much because I think a lot of people watched and there was a sense of, is this legit? Is this real? I don't think it's real. I've been told it's not real, but it's, you know, you still, even if people don't want to admit it, there was still that doubt, right? and I think there were still plenty of people that didn't know. I mean, if you look at the passion, if you look at like the real people that were like screaming and shouting and really animated in the mid-late 80s, I'm struggling to believe that those people knew that this was all scripted and they were just playing along. Like, there's plenty of reactions you look at and you go, I don't think they know. I don't think that person knows that this is scripted. You know, Sergeant Slaughter getting death threats because he was now an Iraqi sympathizer. You sort of look at that and you think, I don't think those people know, man. I don't think they know. This is just a TV show. And that was 91. So that was really towards the end of the golden era. So you can imagine what it was like earlier in the golden era. Wrestling's had a very interesting relationship with kayfabe because there's been moments where it has been exposed, but then it settles down again. And I think because the internet wasn't around, it was a lot easier to kind of hide that stuff. And like, you know, yeah, you have dirt sheets that come along in the 80s, and there's a few magazines that are doing the rounds in the 70s, but Joe Public ain't got access to that. So all you're dealing with is hearsay and rumor and speculation, and I think a lot of people are then left to their own, to make their own minds up. You're being left to make your own mind up, where you're looking at it and you're having to decide. And I think that meant that they didn't need to do as much as we have to do now. They didn't have to worry so much about the match quality. Because to be honest, like if it's a legitimate fight and you think you're watching a legitimate fight, who wins is so much more important than the performance, you know? Like, look at Fury and Ngannou. Like, Fury got the win, and that really matters because, like, everything else that follows, it really matters. Like, the fact that his performance was a bit flat, people will give him some shade about, but the result is so much more important, right? He would have got a hell of a lot more shade if he had lost that match than the shade he's going to get for a flat performance. So I think if people thought what they was watching was real, you can get away with doing this. Because now the cat's out the bag, everyone knows this is scripted. The result matters, of course, but so does the match, because people are now choosing to spend their time watching something they know is scripted, watching something they know is fake. So now it's a case of, right, entertain me. If you want 20 minutes of my time watching this match, which I know that you've already decided who's winning, I better find it thrilling, engrossing, and dramatic. You better entertain me. And I don't think that pressure was as great in the golden era. I don't think it was as great. I think that kayfabe got absolutely blown apart in the late 90s, and the internet absolutely killed the cat, finished the job off. And that ain't getting put back. That genie ain't going back in that bottle. It's done. It's out there. Game over. So there's a lot of similarity, I think, between the two eras. Because both are like PG products. Both have a dominant champion. Both had healthy rosters. But then equally, there's big differences. And I would say the pacing, I would say the moveset, the variety of moves, but the big one would probably be the kayfabe, and the differences in the kayfabe means that we are very much looking at a different era than the Attitude Era, but one that still shares some similarity. So pros and cons, to be honest, pros and cons. I mean, I think that you could probably select a random show from this period, and it would be more thrilling than if you selected a random show from the golden era, because, as we said, they're having to work so much harder for your attention, whereas back then they didn't have to work as hard. But the characters and the matches just seemed like they meant more back then. Everything just felt like it mattered more. Now things might be more entertaining, but they just don't feel like they matter as much. Whereas back then, the matches might not have been as entertaining, although there are still some fantastic matches. I mean, Macho against Steamboat stands up to anything, you know? There's some great tag matches back then as well. The tag division was on fire. Intercontinental Championship matches were on fire. I mean, you've got Bret Hart just emerging from the Hart Foundation, Shawn Michaels emerging from the Rockers, Mr. Perfect doing his thing, Terry Taylor, who was a great wrestler, doing his thing, Macho Man just having bangers with people left, right, and Buffalo. I mean, it's a misconception that the Golden Era doesn't have great matches. It's a real misconception. There's too many good workers around for that to not clearly not be true. But I think what is true is that if you took a random show from this era and compared it to a random show from the Golden Era, I think the content would be more entertaining, engaging now. But I think the overall thing is that it just doesn't feel like it matters as much as it did back then. And I think that's something that Triple H is trying to change, you know. Whoever beats Roman, it's going to feel like it matters, isn't it? Whoever beats Gunther, it's going to feel like it matters. So I do think that Triple H is definitely taking steps towards correcting that now. And, you know, there's no denying we're eating goods. Considering kayfabe has been bashed over the head and killed, I mean, we are eating goods. We're getting some really entertaining stuff, and Triple H is really putting some good stuff in place. And yeah, I'd say overall, no complaints. No complaints to where we are right now. I would like to see a few things tweaked and changed, but wouldn't everyone, eh? Less kids were going to house shows when I started going. Cigarette smoke-filled dim-lit arenas. them the days. I'm not as familiar with the Golden Era. I started watching in late 90s, so I do enjoy hearing about it. Victoria said, don't tell a wrestler that WWE is fake. Yeah, Golden Era is really... I love it. I mean, I love it because I grew up on it, so, you know, I'm going to be biased, aren't I? I think whichever era you grow up watching, you're going to have an affection to that. But for me, like, the Golden Era was just magical. I just think that there was a better level of protection. You know, it's mental to me now that fans can get into arguments on social media with wrestlers. Do you know what I mean? I mean, like, we saw Nia Jax responding to a fan that called her fat. Like, that's crazy to me. That, like, you've got that sort of access to them now. It sort of, in a way, makes them feel more human, more relatable. And I don't actually know if that's a good thing. I think part of the reason why wrestling was so special when I was young is because they felt so superhuman and they felt so superior. I mean, we're talking giants. I mean, these guys were smacked off their heads on steroids. They looked like walk-in houses. So you looked at them and they just looked different than anyone else I'd ever seen in my life. I mean, they were just, do you know what I mean, monsters. And, I mean, first of all, they were in America. I'm in the UK. So, I mean, that feels like a billion miles away. So even that's like, Jesus, you know, that's a different world. So that, you know, going off in a different world, there was nothing else on TV that looked like it back then. You can make the argument there's nothing that looks like it now, although we do have AEW around now, of course. You know, when I was watching in the early 90s, WCW would have been about, maybe it would have made it onto TV in the UK. I don't know when WCW comes onto TV in the UK, but irrelevant. I hadn't seen anything like it. Not even close. And, you know, it was just, it felt like superhumans in a different land engaging in like a battle of the ages. It felt like their dramas and struggles and like felt like, for me as a kid, felt like the biggest conflicts in the world. It felt like these were the biggest issues that needed to be sorted. They didn't feel like humans that were relatable, that were going through like the same sort of struggles that we're all going through. No, I mean, how could they? I was watching Undertaker. I was watching Undertaker battle the Giant Gonzalez. I wasn't sat there going, do you know what? That's just like me and that kid at school. Well, Hogan was telling you to say your prayers, take your vitamins. I think people were doing it because they were more like, I want to be like him, you know? Not because he's like the guy next door, super relatable. And I think wrestling has lost, it's lost a bit of that, you know? I mean, look at Macho Man. Just, what's relatable about the Macho Man? Oh man. It was just, they felt like superhumans. And I don't think they do now. Although, I will say, if you look at Roman, and maybe this is what makes him feel so special. You look at Roman and the way that he comes out and his entrance and his looks and the size of him and his long jet black wet hair and, do you know what I mean? Tattoos and he's ripped and he looks like an Adonis. I mean, he looks like a lead movie star. And you look at Roman and you're like, he could work in the golden era. But there ain't loads of people like that, is there? I mean, we live in a time now where, like, I don't know, it's obviously become a lot more acceptable for the smaller guys. I think like Brett and Sean burst that door open and I suppose showed in this world as well. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. The only thing I would say is if you are going to be a smaller guy and you're not going to have that big presence, you better be bringing something pretty damn special. Because Bret Hart and Shawn were pretty damn special. So, yeah, it's fine for you to come into this world, but you're going to need to work harder. And you better bring something damn good. I don't think that's unfair. I think if you are a giant, you've got a natural advantage in this world. Because straight away, you've got that, you know what I mean? Andre the Giant weren't an amazing wrestler, but when he walked into a room, everyone stopped and looked at him. That straight away gives you the edge. And if you're a smaller guy, you're not going to have that. So you're going to have to work harder. And I do think that some of those smaller guys in wrestling in the modern age aren't special. They're not that special. And they're doing it because they love it. But I think they're also missing the point a little bit. That if you are a smaller guy, you have to work twice as hard as the bigger guys. And I think that's a bit of a shame because I think it does water it down, actually. I think it does water it down. I get where Vince comes from when he talks about, like, you know, the size of the guys and, like, wanting bigger guys and all that. And he gets a lot of criticism for that. He gets a lot of criticism for it, but I understand it because I think the golden era was kind of built on it. And steroids were flipping everywhere. I mean, Warlord, British Bulldog, Hogan, Warrior. I mean, everyone was just jacked to the gills. So I do understand. You know, look, even people like Legion of Doom. You know, even they were absolutely smacked off their heads. You know, and they look like flipping Adonises. So yeah, I think that the golden era had a lot of presence, had a lot of theatre. Felt superhuman at times, but because of kayfabe, I think you know, some of those shows and match quality was probably below what would come later. But again, you know, things get built on things, don't they? So, like back then, you've got these shows that are going to be, you know, larger than life. All these stars are going to be there. I mean, look at WrestleMania 1. WrestleMania 1, I mean, you're going to struggle to find a banging match on that show. But it's deemed a success, and it is a success because it's, you know, all these big names are there in these big matches. But the match quality is atrocious. Absolutely rubbish. I mean, there's really, you're really struggling to find anything that would even remotely be deemed passable in this day and age. But it's from that we were able to kind of build upon it and build upon it and build upon it. And now we are where we are. But I don't think it's unfair to say that as we've gone along that journey, not only have we built, but we have lost things as we've been going as well. So, you know, it is good to have someone like Triple H who has grown up watching wrestling and has been a fan of it his whole life and has kind of looked at it from the fan perspective it is good that someone like him is in charge of creative and he can look at the current landscape and go, I would like a little bit of this back, you know, and I would like a little bit of that. And I think we've just lost some of this along the way. And I think we've lost some of that. And listen, he's still in early stages, isn't he? Of, you know, this still isn't really his roster. So he's still kind of working with what was left to him. And, you know, this is going to take a good few years to cycle through. But eventually he'll have the people he wants. He'll have his own characters that he wants. He'll be able to tell the stories that he wants. I mean, I think he's doing that now anyway, but he's doing it with old characters that are left around from the past. And all right, we've got rid of a few people and we've brought some people through from NXT and whatever. But we're still, you know, we're still in that kind of churn. We're still kind of in that process. And we've done some good stuff. But I think that the stuff that he'll be remembered for, I don't think we've even started that yet. In a way, I suppose it's a bit like, I think when Vince took over the company, was it 83? 82, 83? It was around that time when Vince took over. A couple of years in, we're just starting with WrestleMania 1. But I mean, think of everything Vince is remembered for with like Attitude Era, Stone Cold, Rock, Undertaker, you know? Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels coming through and going off on their own, John Cena, you know, I think like all of that from Triple H is still to come. It's obviously going to depend on who comes through, but yeah, it's going to be a very exciting journey, and I think wrestling's in a really good place at the moment. Right, we need to go. We need to go because I've been jibber jabbering, ain't I? And I didn't even mean to, but there were some good questions and some good thoughts, and it's never a chore to chat away with you guys. Appreciate people joining us. I know it was a go home, and I know it maybe wasn't the most exciting show in the world. Probably lacked a little bit of that appeal, that razzle dazzle, if you will. And we'll see what they come up with for tomorrow. We're back tomorrow with NXT, of course. We know it's a tape show on Friday, but we'll be starting nice and early for Crown Jewel, and that should be fun. I mean, we could get some shocks on that card, and we'll see what they've got lined up for us. Awesome, guys. Appreciate the support as always. Have a great evening wherever you are. In regards to the poll, Bulldog came out on 39%. Drew came out on 29%. William Regal, 26%. Adrian Street, 4%. So close. Just over 500 votes. Bulldog just coming out 10%. Close. If we ran that on Twitter, it may come out with a different result. Interesting. I mean, I wonder what Drew would need to do to be the guy, because Bulldog never won a title. But again, I think winning a title in this day and age is just seen as being a bit easier compared to like trying to win it when Hogan and Warrior were around and we only had the one championship. You know, they sort of had that on lockdown, and like for Bulldog to get that would have been, I always wanted him to, and it'll always be a disappointment that he never did. But I think that's probably why Drew is not quite seen on that level yet. So I think what he would need to be doing is win the title again, have a real good run with it in front of a crowd, including like some big WrestleMania matches. And do you know what I mean? Like once we're starting to get some of that under the bridge, then I think we can start having a conversation. I mean, he wins against Brock the title at WrestleMania, but it's WrestleMania 36, isn't it? I mean, it is. I can understand his frustration. I think it definitely does hurt his legacy, the fact people weren't there. I think that would have been a bigger moment with people there, and who knows, maybe that would have been enough to have just put in ahead of the Bulldog. But I think for the reason why it was so subdued, and it being in the pandemic and the crowds not being around, and even when he was on Raw, there was no crowds around, you know. I think that definitely hurt his run. I think he would need to win it again and have big matches in front of crowds successfully defending the title at WrestleMania, and I don't think it would take long. I think then he would be ahead of the Bulldog. But for me, a bit more work to do. But seemingly, 29% of people think that he's already done it. So close. Very close. Right. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate the support. We're back again tomorrow. I'll see you next time.